Uh, Recorded sessions, well, it'll be in the review drive that will be posted in the multi-section leader, I believe. You'll definitely get a multi-section announcement once we get the recordings and all the resources out. All right, it's like I'll just start now because we're not getting much people getting in. All right, so on to my review. You can see that I have a pretty long agenda to get through. Essentially, I'll be going through all the content from SciBooks chapters 1 through 5, which means I'll be going through all the variables and expressions, data types, strings, and Boolean conditions, conditional statements, all that good jazz. All right. Um, all right. So around the 55th minute earlier of every hour, I'll do a little break. So I'll talk for a bit and then like 50, 55 minutes, and then we'll do like 5 minute break. And then we come back, rinse and repeat. This session will be recorded. Actually, all the review sessions are supposed to be recorded, or at least to the best of the PT's ability. If this Zoom doesn't crash, then I should have this video up sometime tomorrow. More information will be out soon. All right. Before I start, just some positive words. Just make sure that you breathe, take a breather. You're here because you want to review and whatnot. Don't feel bad that you have to take a review. Don't feel too worried about the exam. You're gonna do great, even if you're here or if you're not. I'm very bad with words of positivity, but yeah, you'll be fine. I think your exam's in like a week or so, so do your best. All right, anyways, let's start. Just start. Clear this. All right, first thing on my list, I said we'd be going over the variables and expressions. Okay. So first off, what's a variable? A variable is, it's something that holds data. You can think of it like a box. And every box has some name. And inside every box is some value. Now, to make your variable, right? We write it in code. you have name, right? So this would be your variable name. Your assignment operator, just the equal sign. And then your value, which is, well, whatever value you want. Right? Remember that the right-hand side is stored on the left-hand side, not the other way around. Also, do not confuse this with equal equals, right? This is the equality check. It's not the assignment operator. So very simple, right? Gotta name your box, name your variable, and then when you do, you gotta assign it something. If you're used to languages such as C or Java, you can't just define the name without a value. If you make a variable, you have to have a value that goes with it. If you don't know, what value it is, just set some kind of default value like 0 or -1 or empty string or whatever is relevant for your variable. Any questions so far? All right, no questions. So we have an expression, right? This is something that evaluates to some value. You might do some math, right? You could do like 1 + 2, and this is 3, right? You might do some string concatenation, hi plus world. Lots and lots of ways of doing expressions, but expression is, your code that combines values together to make a larger value or to add stuff up in general. When you have your expression, right, you just assign it to a variable. So you can always like, you can just do product equals 3 times 7. This right here would be your expression, right? This is something that is evaluated into a different value that's stored into the variable. So when Python executes this line, you're going to have your product variable hold the value 21 inside of it. So far, so good. Any questions? All right. So a neat thing you can do is you can swap two variables. So let's say I have a equals 2, b equals 3. My question is, how do I swap the values of a and b? This is not directly tested. This is just something that might be helpful for you in the future, right? So in other languages, you have to make a second variable, hold it, the value, and then swap uh like this, right? But in Python, right, you can do this a lot faster. And you say a comma b is b comma a. So in this case, value b goes to a, the value of a goes to b simultaneously. It's a little switch, if you may. So you have your a, your b, whatever value is in b gets sent to a, whatever is in a gets sent to b, right? So far, so good. All right. So you're going to ask questions in the chat. Either chat would do. If you want to remain anonymous, you can privately message me. Anyways, example real quick. So 2a equals 21, b equals 18, right? So usually you have to do like c equals a, b, sorry, not a equals b, b equals c, and you print this out. You can see that the values were swapped. But instead, I can just do a comma b, equals b comma a, if I can type. And same thing, you can see that in the end that A takes 18 and B took up 21. So this is the variable swap in action. I believe you can do this with multiple variables as well. I can just throw it into the mix like this. Oh, I forgot to print C. Right. You can flip-flop variables around. It's pretty fun. All right. So that's it for variables and expressions. Now we'll go over to data types really quickly. Okay. So your four main data types so far, or your four, oops, that's the wrong color. Okay. So your four primitive, I say primitive, I mean like your basic data types so far. We've talked about int, we have talked about float, we have talked about string, and we have talked about Boolean, right? So int, this is your integer values, right? So you have negative infinity to 0 to positive infinity, right? Not including infinity, obviously, but these are your -1 dot 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 your positive numbers right here, and obviously 0, right? Your float, it's anything with decimal point. Now math.pi would be a float. Just 3.14 is float. 3.0 is a float because of the decimal. Your string is text enclosed by quotes. Remember that you can do two types. You can do single quotes or double quotes. The only thing you have to watch out for is you don't mix and match on accident. So strings, you can have double quotes, you can have single quotes. You do not want to, however, mix the two quotes up. This is not good at all. All right. And in Boolean, you only have two values. It's true or false. The T and F are capital. Do note that. So these are your four basic types. Any questions so far? All right. So the thing that gets people a lot is conversions between the types. So one thing to note is the between float and int. I'll talk about Boolean in a second. Between float and int, if you convert int to a float, you just add 0.0. So if I did float 1, I get 1.0, right? The hard thing is if you convert a float into an int. Okay, so you have int, I would say 3.14, right?
Yeah,
this gives you 3. But int of 5.6 gives you 5. So essentially, it's going to floor your number, or in other words, it's going to take out the decimal part entirely and keep just the whole number part, and that is your result. So if you convert from int to a float, you just add the 0.0 to the end of your number, right? But if you convert to float to an int, you just take off everything past the decimal point, including the decimal point.
I love this.
Any questions so far about this?
No, you can't hear me. Okay. Wait.
Yep.
literally been saying controversial shit. I'm like, oh fuck, like yeah, like
Doing to the second one, the second thing I want to talk about is doing each of these to a string. Wait, sorry, not that way. It's string to the other three. Okay. Ro, I'm not quite sure what your question is. Okay. Okay. So the first case is if you have an int, right? You're doing string to int. If the text inside, right? If the number inside the quotes would be a valid integer, then you can convert it safely. Now, if the inside um has anything that wouldn't be an integer like this, right? You actually get an error, right? So when you're converting a string to int, you need to make sure that if you drop the quotes, it would make logical sense that the value remaining is indeed an integer, right? The same thing applies for floats, except it's a bit more flexible, right? If it's any number inside, like 3.14, right? You just get 3.14 back. But again, if you have any weird stuff inside, then you just get an error. Move the decimal point to make it integer. Uh, you can output it as an integer, but a data type, um, if you print format, to remove the what's it called, the decimal point, um, that's just string formatting. You're not actually changing the value. All right, and then string to Boolean. This is always the weird one. If you have an empty string and there's nothing inside of here, there's nothing, no space, no characters, or nothing. If there's nothing inside the quotes, you get true. Oh, sorry, you get false. If there is anything inside in here, any value whatsoever, you get true, right? So do be very careful about this, right? If you're converting a string to a Boolean, if there's anything inside that string, it's going to be true. If there's anything, sorry, if there's nothing inside the string, you're going to get false. Will the midterm have special case questions? Like does var equals 4 dot count as a flip? Uh, maybe. If there's a space, it's true. Yes. Don't think about it like, oh, if you can see the value inside or not. If there's any any sort of value inside those quotes, it will always be true. It could be a space, it could be a random character, it could be a number, whatever. Actually, I'll do an example real quick. Okay. So for the real quick for the integers, right? If I did print and I did 3, it's completely fine. The second I make it some weird value, I get an error. If I do this, also an error. It's not an int. For floats, right? If I did print float 1, get 1.0, right? It will implicitly cast it to float, into float, right? Then 1.0, obviously, this is another float. And then if I try some random stuff, another error, right? Now for string, Boolean, what do I call it? Sorry, that's too much. There you go. Right. If it's empty, I get false. If I put anything in here, I get true. Any letter, still true. A number, still true. Even the number 0, also true. The only way you can get false is if your code is entirely empty. What is doing this to me? Um, oh, it's compiling. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I covered it. Yeah. So the only thing inside, it is nothing, it'll be false. If there's anything here, it'll be true. Any questions about this? All right, let's get to the fun part. Bool of 0. Oh, I'm not quite there yet, but that would be false. No. So the other thing I want to talk about is your Boolean values. So when you have any sort of int or float into a Boolean, it has to be um it has to be 0, exactly 0. If it's not 0, it's not going to be false. You can think about it this way. For numbers, it's checking if it's any sort of non-nothing value. You can treat 0 like nothing, right? It's just it's a value that represents you don't have anything. If you have something, right, you'd have a positive, negative number, and you get true. If you put in exactly 0, you get false. Let me show that real quick. So if I print bool of 0, I'll do bool of 0.0 as well. False and false. Now I do anything else. Bool 1, bool 0.1. Right, true and true. I'll reload this real quick. Do, 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 do. Any questions so far about what I've talked about? All right, so that's it for negative should be true. Yes, true, true. As long if it's 0, it's gonna be false. If it's anything but 0, it's gonna be true. You can put a negative. You can put a weird fractional. You can put a math.pi. You do whatever you want. If it's not 0, it's gonna be true. If it is 0, it's gonna be false. All right. The only thing I have discussed so far are data types and variables and expressions. I haven't gotten to Boolean expressions yet. So before I move on to strings, which is next, I want to talk about something a little funny about Booleans. I'm going to type this real quick. And I want you to think real quickly. Did I write a valid, have I written a valid piece of code? You don't have to type it out, you can if you want. But is this a uh, valid print statement? I'll give you a few seconds. It is. Now, this is kind of funny. I believe Boolean is actually considered an int when you try to do math to it. It is quite interesting. If you know Boolean algebra, then you know that this can get very fancy very quickly. It's kind of fun to play around. It's not super practical at times. Usually you'll put your expression in and you cast it to a Boolean, and it'll give you true falsy value. All right. I have a question about variable name rules. Variable name rules. Your variables, right? You can only name them to variable name rules. I actually didn't talk about it, so I'll talk about it now. So it has to be alpha numerical and underscore, right? So this is your A to Z and your 0 to 9. You can only start with only an alphabetical letter or the underscore. Those
Hi,
are your variable name
I'm in
rules,
some
right?
review.
Booleans, I'll talk about that later today. I'm trying to go in order and not bounce back and forth too
I have an
much. It's not too
engineering
confusing.
test next week,
If it's anything but zero,
and they
then
have
it's true, otherwise false. Correct. Um, Boolean's basically checking, is there anything worth a value? Zero is considered nothing. 0.0 is considered nothing. A string with nothing in it is considered nothing. Any other value would be true. I don't care if it's positive, negative, whatever you do. Um, oh yeah, the math from earlier. Zero, sorry, false is considered zero. Um, y is considered to be one. True is considered to be one. So if I convert these to n, you can see that a false is zero, a true is one. So I essentially did 0 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1, which is 3, but I put it to a Boolean and it gives me um, true because it's non-zero. Are you going to be tested on this? Absolutely not. Do not worry about this. Um, it could prove handy. It's proved handy before. Um, it's just a neat little thing for you to know for your labs or whatever. Shout out to Lily for this. She told me and some others about this. I forgot this was a thing. General advisory exam. I'm leaving that to the end of the thing. I need to get through all this content first. All right, that being said, we're gonna move on to strings. All right. So, what the heck is a string? Like I said before, string is any text, like any sort of letters, right? Text enclosed by a pair of matching quotes. That's how you spell G, quotes. This is valid. This is valid. This is also valid. This is also valid. This is not valid because it's not matching. It's a single quote or double quote. Now, with strings, there's a lot you can do with them. But before you can try to mess around with strings, you need to remember one thing. Strings are immutable. Strings are immutable. This means that they cannot be directly changed. Anything you do that requires you to change a string, you have to make a copy of the string and then transfer the letters for the changes you want. You can check this if all the string functions exist. They never ever change the actual string. It gives you a copy of the string, which is why you have to always reassign the, excuse me, you have to always reassign the function call to your variable. So what do I mean by this? If I, oh, sorry. Let's say I have a string, it's just my name. I cannot change a letter in I cannot directly try to change my string. I can see that string object does not support item assignment. It does not support changing the values whatsoever. Um, what you can do though is I can make a new name, right? And I can slice the first part, add in the new letter, and then slice everything else, right? And I have my new string with the change I want. But note that I had to make a new variable for this, right? I could reassign it to my I can reassign it to the original variable. That's completely fine, right? This is fine, but I'm taking the string, right? I'm adding it to another string, adding it to a separate string. Each one of these, um, yeah, this expression evaluates to a new, entirely new string. So I'm building a string based off old and new strings. And with the very new string I make, I put it back into itself, or I can put it back into um, a different variable. You might see, uh, let's see, yeah, capitalize, right? If I just do this, right, nothing's going to happen. And if I hover over this, you can see that it returns a capitalized version of the string. I'll talk about slicing in a bit. It returns a string. It doesn't change it in place. So if I want to save this new form of name, I reassign it back and oh, it is capitalized. Sorry. There you go. Yeah. Now it's going to capitalize. Or if I do all uppercase, right, dot upper, same thing. So remember, with like your functions you make with a return value, right? You have to assign it to a variable or you outright print it out or use it in your expression, right? If you leave it alone, if you leave it in a line alone like this, it's going to go to waste. The new value will go absolutely nowhere because it's not being used by anything. It's not being used by a print statement. It's not being used in any sort of like string concatenation. It's not being used to be stored in a variable. All right, so string slicing. All the methods. I don't believe so. Some of them are pretty self-explanatory. I believe string slicing is the most important one. Right. So slicing, right? Yeah, I'm gonna annotate real quick. So let's say I still have this here. Let me change colors so it's easier to read. Let's do display. Okay. So slicing, right? Usually you have a start and an end. And this is not included. Anything output by itself without any prints or other methods. Um, Not that I know of. I mean, you would have to make a function that prints as a print thing inside of it, but other than that, that's none of the built-ins I know can do that. So that's a question to check. Okay, so this is not included, and this is inclusive. Remember that when we have any sort of list or whatever, that I don't know, we index starting with 0. We count starting with 0 and not 1. So be very, very careful about how you count, right? So let's say I want to slice this, right? Let's say right here, right? And I want this part. I can start at 0. So this is my start, right? And then I want to end right after this line. So this will be my end. Can you index immutable objects? You can index them all you want, but you can't change them. Strings are immutable, but you can index access values just fine and dandy. Okay, so I'll leave this to a side like this. Okay. And I'm going to type this out. Oh, sorry, that's how I went. Okay. So I'm going to do print name 0, 0, 2, and run this. I get an, right? The space is not included as index. Oh, the spacing is just so I can visualize the characters so easier. If there's a space, it will count as index. Like if I spaced it like this, and it would just grab the A and the space. Any character will be indexed, even if it's visually not visible, right? So there are other ways to write this. You can write like this, right? If you write like this, and you have your missing start, right? Your missing start implies 0. So that means you're going to be, I'm going to start right here and go all the way until I hit index 2. So an, just like before. Start and step. Okay. I'll clear my drawings real quick. Right. Let's do 5, 2. Okay. So you can think about the, like with your, that's a terrible color to choose. But okay. You can think about your start. Oh, that's not it. Start and step as similar to your range function, which is start and then step. And close this real quick. Okay. So when you're splicing, right, Python's gonna be like, oh, how at which indices am I grabbing, right? So it's gonna do start, step, and then dot dot dot, and then it'll be like right before end, right? And end's not included. Range is the same thing, right? You get is I'll call it a list for it's easy. You get a list of numbers, right? And we start, and then you add a step to it, so on and so forth. By default, right? By default, this value is 1. So you don't specify it, it'll just count by 1. So it goes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, so on and so forth. But you can see that in my code example earlier, I did ATO. So I didn't specify my start, right? So this is a 0, and then I stop at 5, not including. And my step is 2. So the numbers I want are 0, 2, and 4, right? So this is index 0, this is index 1, this is index 2, index 3, index 4. And this gives me A, T, and O. Does this make sense so far? And before you ask, I'm about to go over negative index. All right. So negative indexing gets, oh, wait, before I get to negative indexing, I'll do like pre-dot. If you don't imply, sorry, if you don't if you, English is hard. If you don't explicitly state the end, um, it's going to see one go all the way to the end. So no end value means go all the way down, or it's going to stop at the length of your string, right? So you don't have an end value. It's just going to start at wherever you want it to start. So it's like right here, right? You go all the way down until it's gone. Memorize when functions start at index 0 and when something length. By default, everything but length counts as 0, right? So list indices start at 0. String indexing starts at 0. Anything with an index, right? If you can index it, you can slice it, or I guess you can slice it, right? You want to make sure you start at 0. Um, Stuff like length, right? Length doesn't care so much about the index. The length just gives you how many items there are, right? So this would be, human counting. You start at 1, so on and so forth, or it'll give you 0 if it's empty. But anything with an index, um, strings, lists in particular, it will always start counting at 0. So anything that you do that influences, or so that's dependent on the index itself, will also need to start at 0. Yeah, I do negative index. Do, do, do. Okay, and then I can do like -5. All right, cool. All right. So let's make sure I'm not okay. So when you have negative indices, right? Um, can we write this? Okay. So usually when you count my name, so like the letters in my name, right? This is 0 through 6, right? But if you count the other way around, right? This is -1 to -7, right? You can think about it's kind of wrapping around like this, right? If you count too far backwards, um, here, I'll just make a little more obvious. Imagine my string was back to back like this, right? If 0 is right here and you start counting backwards like this, you have -1 all the way to this would be -7, I believe. So your indices get for negative and y, so you have -7, -6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So the same thing applies, right? If you do this as your start, right, and you could do this as your end. So if I did name -5, -2, oh, I shouldn't do -2, -1, oh yeah, thon. Right, there you go, thon. Will this information be covered in next review? No. Next review for me is lists and loops only. All right. Do be careful to not accidentally switch the values around. Um, it actually doesn't know how to handle when you have the wrong order, so it gives you nothing because it's gonna start for I didn't do annotate. Let me clear this real quick. All right. So I told it to start right here, and it's gonna go all the way down to -5, right? It doesn't know how to get there. And it's going to give you nothing because there's literally nothing at that location. This is the same for positive numbers as well. If you accidentally switch 2 around, like this, you get nothing, right? Um, don't make this mistake either, right? Uh, 1:1 because do annotate, right? The next one's right here, right? But you're supposed to stop right before. So it's stuck, right? It can't get to the letter it wants. So it's gonna give you nothing. Would it not print only y? For what statement? if you meant the negative from before, like not this one, like this. If it's alone like this, absolutely, it's just the last letter, right? But if I do it improperly like this, right, I'll print nothing because it wants to go -1 to -5, but there's no way for it to do so. It's not going to print out everything it collects along the way. It's going to try to collect everything, and then um, it's going to try to collect everything to the index it wants to get to. But if it can't grab anything, well, it's not going to uh, matter much. How do you know when to use these different things? Okay, so anything that has you, like the Pigland lab, right? Anything that has you um adjusting a string, right? Like if you have move letters around, or you need to access a letter, then you're probably using some sort of slicing, right? You might do a regular index, just -1 or 1 or whatever. If you're trying to grab an entire list of characters, then you need to do some slicing. What happens if you do a -1 step? Okay. So let's do a valid step. Let's do this, and I'll do -1. Okay. So in this case, right, let me take out this stuff. Here's the y. All right. So I start at -1, right? So -1's here. -5 is right here. So I want to stop right here. And note that since I'm going reverse, right, I start with the y and I go this way. So as I build up my string, right, it's y, then I get here, I get the n, I go here, the o, the h, and I stop because this is -5, right? So you do need to be careful what direction you're going. So I don't really think you need a negative step. You can just reverse the string and then you should be good to go. As to count spaces, yes, any character will be counted. So if I took out this H, right? And I'll do that appropriately right here. I did this. Uh, let's do -6 so you can see it. Uh, doop. See, the space does count. If you had -1, -5, +1, remember, if you don't specify the step, it's implied to be one. So this thing with the one step, right, is the same as without it. And this is the wrong direction, right? You want to do the smallest index first, right, into the largest index. This is reverse. This is a larger index before a smaller index. So this will never work. If you do want to do reverse, right, large or small, but you need to specify some sort of uh, negative step if you do insist on doing this. Any questions so far? The very important thing is you need to absolutely know what the implied values are. Um, always remember that if this is empty, this is 0. If this is empty, this is like the length of the string. So this is the rest of the string basically. This right here is 1. Its implied step is 1. We'll try. Okay, that's right. -1, -6, and 2. Still nothing. If it's going positively, right, you can never hit the if you're going from -1, right, and you're going this way, you're never hitting anything behind it, right? You'll never hit any of these indices. It doesn't like wrap around and then count, right? it just goes straight to 0 and positive infinity. So you can do a two-step, three-step, I don't care. If you have to order in the wrong order and your step doesn't appropriately do the correct pathing, it's not going to do anything. All right. Any questions so far? Oh, okay. So remember that we have the colons, right? If you have one colon, this is implied start, implied end. You have two colons, it's start and it's step. But remember, if you have no start value, right? I don't have a start value here. I don't have a start value here, right? So it's gonna be 0. Oh, we need to annotate. I don't have a start value here, right? So it's gonna be 0. This right here is also missing, which means I'm gonna go the rest of the string. So I'm gonna start at index 0 and go all the way down to the end of the string. And this step, since it's also missing, is 1. Um, that means I'll just go 0, 1, 2. So I'm gonna take every character. So this slice, right, it's just taking all the characters. There's nothing special about it. Any more questions about the slice? So remember, when you slice, you're extracting characters from a string. So if you want to use it, you have to uh, store it somewhere or output it. Yes, it prints the whole string. It's like right here. It prints the whole string. Now, what does step do? So by default, step is 1. So like when it's counting which indices to grab, you can change the step to what number adds. So if I changed my step to 2, right? This means grab every other character. If I can find the play button, right? So it's gonna grab every other letter. And I'm going backwards, right? Let's do -1 to -8, I believe is what I want to do, right? Then this step makes me go backwards. All right, this functions are not covered in this exam. So like we're not gonna you should know how to read a function. We're not gonna ask you how to write a function. So functions are not being used. I will be doing only variables and expressions, which I'm already done. Data types, which I've already done, and we're currently on strings, and this is followed by the Boolean stuff in chapter 5. N equals. I'll do that later. I'm actually almost about to do print. Would -1 dot -1 work? Do. It does work. As for negative, right? The rest of the string is actually all the way in the back. I believe you do this same thing. It's a kind of a quirky. I mean, when you do negative, it swaps the start and end defaults or something along those lines. I'm not too familiar, so I'm not gonna pull stuff out of my butt. Yes, this recording will be posted in the Tau drive, which will be announced tomorrow. I think some classes have a link to it already. I think it's also in the Discord. All right. Any more questions on slicing? By the way, slicing is very there's a space. I didn't put the H there. I just put a space. Um String slicing is very fun. I would recommend you try out yourself, play around with it, try different numbers, see what works, what doesn't work. And just you know, a lot of Python is you gotta try stuff out, see what works, see what doesn't, and remember those failures and successes so you can apply them appropriately to your code. because Python does have a lot of random quirks. Function to be on exam, as in you should be, well, to my knowledge, they will be on exam as in you need to be able to read one, uh, or at least use one, like call a function with parameters, right? Like square root and whatnot. I do not believe that you'll be writing functions because that is under module 9. Is when we formally introduce functions. I believe the topic list of the exam is also the multi-section, so you can always check that to double check on me. Any other questions about slicing? How do you reverse the string? I mean, you can do exactly what I just did on the screen right here. Colon -1, and that gives you the reversed um, string. I believe I'll clear this. I believe I want to say reversed works. I actually haven't tried it, so I will try it right now just for funsies. Print reversed name. Oh, right. I need to. Did I cast this to string? No, reversed is weird, right? I shouldn't do that. Yeah, I'm not gonna try doing this. Colon -1 will get you the recording we post on Discord, yes. Yes to that. Just colon -1 will get you the reversed. Uh, it could loop through the string and then just add the letter to the end, right? So you can just do uh, new name equals empty string, right? And then you can loop through every letter and just add the letter to the front, I believe. Yeah, that would work as well. Um, any other questions? All right, so I'm gonna move on to print. Um, particularly, I want to talk about ending and separating. Uh, so what I mean by that is I want to talk about. So you have your print, right? And then you might have some string here. I'll just write a string. And then you have your optional end and separator. Okay, so end is what the string ends with. And by default, it's the new line character. So you do sometimes we'll tell you, oh, if you want to make a blank line, we tell you to do a print statement. Like we'll tell you to do an empty print statement, and this gives you a new blank line, right? This is because by default, it has a new line character, which forces the console to start on the next line. Separator is when you list a bunch of strings with a comma, so A, comma B, comma C, dot dot dot, and it will add the separator in between every value, not including the last one though. This defaults to space, so it's just space. Right, let me close this. These two do not need to be specified. You know how to specify these values. You can, if you have a certain purpose, like you want to print multiple things in the same line, you would change in to just this, or maybe you want to list a bunch of stuff and separate by commas. You can just change separator yourself. I'm gonna do some examples real quick. Let me just shrink this down. Did I remember how to shrink? Oh yeah, there you go. Okay. Now these letters are whatever. All right. So the examples. Okay. So let's say I want to, yeah, you're using f strings, doesn't matter. Yeah, let's do f string right now. I'm gonna do x equals 1 because I'm lazy. Sorry, I'm not lazy, I'm efficient. Okay, so we do this, right? I'll do another one. Um, x plus 1, why not? So I run this and I get 1 space 2. And you can see that the space right here, right? This space right here is from the separator defaulting to this, right? This is a default value because I did not specify the separator. All right. Now, if I did, oh, this is really slow. Let's say I did another print statement. I'll just do a normal string this time. You can see that it went from here and starts again right here, right? So it went from one line to next line. And this is because I did not specify end. And that means my end defaults to the new line. Why is this important? Because if you change your end and you don't have this, it will continue on the same line. So for example, excuse me. So let's say I added my end to be this pipe character, right? So you can see the pipe character is added instead of the new line, and the next thing printed will be on the same line. Now, if I did the slash n, right, it forces the next output onto the next line. Obviously, you can combine the two together and you can define a separator. If I can spell ever, there we go. We can do commas, right? And there you go. I have my separator, I have my ending, and this is just a random string. I'll do a third of string just for emphasis. There you go. How can you print one and two without space between them? I can set it separate to be nothing. Right? If you choose to use commas for except to print values all in one line, if you don't want space between them, then specify the separator to be literally nothing, which is these two quotes are next to each other. Any questions about ending and the ending and separating thingamajigs? Double slash for the end. Remember, double slash cancels the effect, right? So I believe this should give me just a regular slash and yeah, it'll give me the slash and the end. The defaults for yes, default for end is the new line. Default for separator is nothing. Right? It doesn't add a next line to the previous line. It just the by default, right? By default, you have n equals new line, right? So you can think about the like imagine like I'm writing something, right? I see this thing, right? So I do 1, right? And I see I have another value here. But I have a separator, it's nothing, right? So I just move my pen over and I write my next value. I see the next value. I move my pen over just enough, write the next value. And now I see my slash n, I move my pen down one line and then write everything else. Now if this slash n, right, was like the pipe bar, right? Let's say the separator was like the comma space from earlier, right? Then I will start again at this value, all right, 1. And then I see that I have another value, and I use a separator, so I'm going to do comma space, right? This is a space for emphasis. If I write my next value, 2. Again, comma with a space, right? My next value is 3, and my separator, and I'm done, right? I'm out of values. So I'm going to end with the bar and I'm going to write the next value. So unless I have something that moves my cursor, or moves Python's cursor to the next line, then I'm just going to continue writing on the same line. The default for separator is space. Was it vertical? It's just a pipe symbol. Sorry. I mean, I'm just writing the pipe symbol. That's it. No, let me erase that. It's just a pipe symbol. No, I'm doing this for an example. You have to decide what your ending is, or what your separator is. I'm doing this for the sake of example of what happens when you change it to the separator. You can change this ending to whatever you want. I can just change ending to my. I can change this to. We should just a variable too, right? Oh, right. Yeah, it has to be a. Whoopsie daisies. It has to be a string. See, right? I can do whatever I want. I can have the ending of the string be the string version of the value I have. Based on the prompt, based on what results you need, you change the ending. Usually n becomes empty string because you want to continue printing on the same line. Separator tends to be because the ending is of a new line, right? It's only when I hit a new line that I move to the next line. So I'll explain this one more time. Uh, right. This is default new line, right? Oh, I did not mean to do it. This defaults to new line. And when I hit a new line, right, whatever I'm writing, if I hit a new line, that means I move my cursor down and write something else. If I don't have this new line, I just keep writing the same line, right? If there's nothing telling me to go to the next line, which is this character, right, I have no reason to go down. But when you write the print statement, like this, for example, right, this defaults to /n. So when I write down my free, this is free with an ending of /n. I see this character, I know to move down to the next line to continue writing. That's why by default, when you print without changing the ending, it will always make you continue printing on the next line if you do more print statements. If you change this ending, right, this new line goes away. It becomes whatever value you made it. In this case, end equals 1. So I'm gonna write whatever I need to write, the number 1, and then whatever comes out of it. You can only do separators when there's commas in a print statement because it separates each value that's each individual value like this, right? If you did string concatenation, you only have one string. It evaluates to one string, so it doesn't work like that. Well, if end equals empty string, then you just have no separation whatsoever. That's not what I want. If I did this, then you have absolutely no separation, right? If you specify my ending to be nothing, then I will write literally nothing after finishing this print statement. Then I will continue writing whatever's next. Any other questions? I'll get to f-string formatting in a second. So you put them under one print statement. Well, the print statement, like anything put in one print statement will always be on the same line, right? And if you don't specify the ending, it's going to default go to the next line when it's done. But if you change the ending to something without a new line, then it's just going to pause. Like I'm going to write everything, right? Let me just clear this. I start, I have like print, blah blah blah, right? And my end is like nothing, right? And then I have print another blah blah blah, and my end is nothing. And then I have a regular print like this, another blah blah blah, right? I'm going through this one, right? This, I'm done. Like this is like my first string, right? My ending's nothing, so I'll just keep my pen here. And the next print statement, I do, more blah blah blah. I end this one, right? But again, my ending's nothing, so I continue the next line like this. And here, right, it says n equals new line because I didn't specify it. So right here, when I finish the third one, my cursor will start on this next line. So any print I do will start over here. You can't use n equals without specifying the value. That would give you an error. If you're in a loop and use a separator, how do you move a comma? You use an if statement. So if I had, that's not it. So you might have something like, you know, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So usually you have this problems like for, I know those are not letters, don't flame me. For I'm just do really fast. So if you do it like this, right? Not set and like this, you'll see that that's not what I wanted. You see that everything has a comma, right? But you do know what the last number is. Here, actually, I'll do it a little more accurately. For range, no, it's like I in range, length letters. Um, I'll do print letters I n equals. I hate that thing so much. Okay. All right, so if I wanted to not do for last, right, I just need to put an if statement here. Oh, if I um equals length letters -1 because it's the last index, right? Um, you can just continue, right? And oh, sorry, I would print it out first. I would print letters I, and then you can break, you can continue, whatever, right? Bam, no comma at the end. Speaking of which, I want to show you another way you can do this. So remember how I said the separator, right? So there's a string function called join. And how a join works is, let me do something real quick. Uh, I'll do I'll do this. Join letters. I need to make these all strings. A, E. Let's see. I'll do a comma just so it's more separate actually. All right. If you do this, you can see that all my letters are printed neatly as if I put them all in a print statement with commas. I do not believe this is tested, but this tends to be extremely helpful for any sort of string manipulation that involves lists. This right here is your separator. This is your list of strings to combine. So what this does, right, is it's going to go through each letter, right, and then add the separator as um as you continue. In this case, it's the comma space. So you can see that I have a comma space in between each what is it? Each item. This is the same as print um like letters. Actually, I'll do it shorthand. The same as A, B, C, sub equals comma. This is more convenient because this works regardless of size. when you do the print statement like this, you have to know this is like a known amount, right? You know every value. If you have a list that changes and can vary, right, then just use that join. You can throw stuff in a list and then join them together, and you don't have to worry about, oh, did I get every value I want, or use a for loop with this statement to ensure that um, the last value is ignored. Just let join take care of the dirty work for you. Any questions about that join? And no, it's not tested, but it's very convenient. All right, I am going to do a 5 minute break. I just kind of bombarded you all with a lot of information. Actually, I'll give you a 10-minute break. 9 minutes at 9:30, we will reconvene. Um, I will be grabbing some food real quick because I am starving. So we will reconvene at 9:30 p.m. And my next topic is F-string formatting. Let me. eh, I mean, that's a lot, but in all caps. Recording to be posted. How do I know this? I've done Python quite a while, so this stuff is second nature, more or less. Wherever it'll be in Tower Drive. I think it's listed in some section announcements. I believe you should get just wait for another what do you want to call it? Multi-section announcement tomorrow, I believe. And the link should go out. Perhaps the old Tau announcement, uh, what's it called? The old Tau announcement might have been edited to include it, but I'm not too sure. Um, Tips about how to approach, not to approach. My review on Saturday will be going over that. I'll be going step by step of how I would recommend you approach an FRQ. I'm gonna go extremely slow in that video, that lecture, no, that review. I'll be doing some FRQs and I'll be going painstakingly slow to show you how to analyze the FRQ, how to plan, and how to execute your plan. But in general, right, your mentality into the exam should be one day in time. Okay, so it'll be Saturday, 8 p.m. to midnight. The rest of the reviews that are not today or tomorrow will be announced in a multi-section announcement. Um, Here, actually, let me just drop the link. We have a link already. The question is, where's that link? Announcements. Okay, so all right, so this link I'm sharing has the current schedule of every single review. You can go there, see who has their stuff planned. I believe we have one review every single day until the 10th, well, including the 10th, which is the day before your exam or exam starting. Also, like the reason I can do this so confidently is because I've done a lot of this over and over and over and over again. One thing I recommend is you don't have to make a program per se. You just need to, you want to find out, oh, how does string slicing work? Just play around with it. Try different things, maybe look up, refer to lecture slides or look it up online, how the general formatting works and see what happens. Oh, what happens if I write like this? What happens if I do like this? Sometimes just playing around with the code and seeing all the weird stuff will be very beneficial. What games do I play? I'm a World of Warcraft type of guy.
No
I
shit.
know it's such an old game, but I still play it. Um, I just play whatever games my friends play.
Jeez, this guy
Any
stinks.
past exams practice from the multi-section has like exam one information link, and it has a lot of practice problems for you. I believe there's like 3 or 4 different reviews
I
that
finished the math, by
or
the way.
2 or 3 reviews that are just practice problems.
Until I think like the
I
last
will be
one.
going over practice problems,
Until I,
so on and so forth. Anyways, I have
yeah.
4 minutes before we start, so let me grab my
Until I,
food real quick before I die of starvation. But do keep asking. I'll answer the rest of the questions when we get back.
Huh? I'm gonna try to do because he's gonna leave for a second, so I'm gonna try to figure out what I'm doing wrong on my yeah. That shit was hilarious. Fucking or should I just ask Google for it? Like Google. Google. Oh, you know it's fucking crazy. So my math after my last lab, right? I'm walking and this girl taps me on my shoulder, 2 girls, right? They're in my math lab, like, hey, I like your Ant-Man or whatever, right? And I was like, oh, okay, thank you. Where'd you get it? I was like, I think Dave and Buster's. I don't know, to be honest. And she was like, oh, okay, cool. We just talk until we get the comments right, and they kept going that way. And so I asked for their Snapchats to help me with like the math and stuff, because apparently they already have the math lab done. Yeah, because they got it from some other guy. So I was like, okay, whatever. So, anyways, so it's already done. I haven't got it yet, but. So I asked him, and then she's like, one of them was all like, "Have you gone to the Frio River?" And I was just all like, "Yes, I
Is my mic
have."
actually still on? It's I don't know. Let's see. My life story. I was born, put through your typical Asian household. Um, you know, uh, just a nerd. I liked coding when I was young. My dad is a software engineer, among other things. Got into I've done Python since middle school, I think. Uh, and here I am. I like teaching too. I think around high school I started teaching or tutoring stuff. And I just really liked it. But I don't know. I'm a pretty boring. My food's in the microwave. Don't worry about it. I'm a pretty boring guy. I don't know. I just teach. I try to socialize despite my lack of sense of social cues at times and my rather short temper. What's a major? I'm multidisciplinary. I am a mechatronics track. Let me go open the microwave. It's yelling at me. Why did I pick A&M? They had lots of money for me, scholarship money. Thoughts on chocolate mint. I love chocolate mint. It's a very, very nice flavor. Yes, the review problems are curated by Dr. Ritchie, who writes the exam herself, and she does her best to have the questions help reflect what could be on the exam. Obviously, they won't be on the exam themselves. That would be a little awkward. Uh, and it's not gonna be like, well, we're gonna take part of the review and change the numbers. It would be like pretty much different prompts, but the thought process and everything would be the same. Review problems. Go to the multi-section. There's like exam one information module. It's also on the front page as a link. There are like 2 PDFs worth of what's the word? Practice problems. All right. Let's do F strings. Clear this. All right, so when you're formatting strings, I know Zybooks taught dot format. Throw this out. Don't use this. It's old. It's not necessary. It's actually deprecated, I'm pretty sure. Or it's going to be deprecated. So don't use format. Use a new fancy F string, right? To make an F string, you just add the letter F in front of your quotes, and there you go. When you're adding variables, right? You do your curly brace, right? And then you insert your expression, value, variable, whatever. And the string format of that of what to evaluate, it's outputted instead, right? So there's two things that usually get done with string formatting. One is decimal precision. Two, it's alignment. I believe these are the only two things that end up being tested on your exam in terms of F strings, other than can you put the value in F string. Let's talk about precision first. It doesn't matter use single or double quotes. It does matter though. It's because the only way it matters is if you use a string inside, right? So wait, hold on. If I wanted to do like this, right? Oh, not that. You note that these two is like your big string, right? And then these two are your inner string. Um, you have to not use the same type of quotes as the outside quotes, because if you end up using like double quotes, right, then Python gets confused and it's like, oh, your string is actually here and ends here, and this part is like, what the heck is this? So when you have a string inside of the curly brace, you want to make sure you have the opposite type of quote. So if you have double quotes on the outside, you should have single quotes inside. If you have single quotes outside, you should have double quotes on the inside. All right, let's do some examples. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna have let's import math. Yeah, just import math. Okay, so I do print f string, right, and we'll put math.high, right. So if I do this and I output it, right, you get the whole number, right? But the entire number, not the whole part. So when you want to do decimal precision, so it's a number, it has to be a number, and then your colon, and then the decimal point, your decimal point, and then some number. This is your precision, and F. This is for floats, float format, and then close that. I believe before would be actually I don't want to talk about it because I don't quite remember, but you do need to know that this number is usually what you change. This F is absolutely mandatory, and don't forget the decimal point. So if I were to type this out, 0.3f, right? There you go. It rounds to 3 decimal points. I forgot what happens if I do E. Okay. There's a reason why you have to be very careful about what you put. Put E. This is actually E is scientific notation. Do you need to know this? No, probably not. Is it cool? I guess. I don't know. I'm kind of weird. I think it's kind of cool, but anyways, do F. F is for the float formatting. If you do E, if you forget the letter altogether, you get very weird results. I believe. Wait, let me see. What happens if I take out the letter altogether? Right. if you do to 0.3, I actually just do it to 3 digits. If I do just the 3, it becomes. Oh, this is something else. I think this is minimum space. What happens when we want 100 decimals? Oh, I mean, I guess I could do this, right? And yeah, there you go. And that would be, well, you can't see the whole thing. Uh, I think this is 100 decimals. Probably not actually, but it would go to 100 if it could. Fun fact, integers in Python don't really have a limit. Uh, it's just based on your memory limit, so it's you could do like really, really big numbers. Does maths pi not have up to 100 decimals of pi? I don't believe so. Well, it doesn't look like it. It's right here. I don't know why it's right here, but it sure doesn't go past 100 decimal points, as you can see here. A neat trick you can do this is like the thing about round. Okay, I want to talk about round for a second. That's what I to. The okay dot format is do not use it. Do not use dot format. It's old. The F string is actually the replacement for dot format, if I remember correctly. That and the percent sign formatting. So do not use dot format. Only F strings. And only F strings would be tested for formatting wise. So like, you have your round function, right? This is not true rounding, and it's kind of particular. To make an example out of this, I'm gonna type round uh 6.5 and think for a second what this should be. It should be 7, right? Nope, it's 6. All right, so what do I do 7.5? Will it round down to 7 again, or will it round up to 8? It rounds up to 8. The thing about round is that um if it ends in like a 5, right? It rounds to nearest even number. Um, so this gets especially awkward in calculations when you're rounding because it's not true rounding. I believe it's called Gaussian rounding or Banker's rounding. Um, there's apparently some statistical reason why this is a thing. It also apparently is an IEEE standard, which I don't know why, but oh well. Basically at 6.5, right? When you round, it actually looks at 6 and 8, and 6 is closer, so it goes to 6. But for 7.5, it's closer to 8, so it goes this way. Um, so this means that when you round, you actually have a chance of not rounding correctly into the 5, which is a 1 in 10 chance. And it's not, ideal. So usually what I tell people is if you want to round a number, you do an F string and cast back to what you want. So let's say I wanted to do I want to round, I don't know, random. That's not a number. Oh, okay. Let's do this. I'll do this for a sec, right? So if I do print round X, I get oh wait, so I need to specify the digit precision. That's also not right. I'll just use example right now. 7.5, 6.5, sorry. Right, so around 6.5 get 6, right? So well 7.2 would be fine. It has to end in a 5 in particular. Uh it's 7. The whole thing revolves around it ending in a 5. If it doesn't end in a 5, I'll just leave it there. But ideally, right, is usually my round. You know the F strings round for you accurately, so you can just force round uh in here and then just print out the you can just extract out what wait hold on. Wait. Okay, this is actually kind of awkward. I swore this worked last time. Does it still not work? Okay, this is really awkward. I swore this worked last time. I'm sorry. Uh no, flow should be fine. It's 0.0 F. I don't know. Oh yeah, there's a decimal modifier too. Okay, I just can't think. I can't remember the correct way to round for some reason. Uh, the way I know is kind of complicated, but um, I guess rounding, just be careful. Uh, I think use round won't be particularly tricky against you, but like during a lab, you use round, just be very, very, very careful. Um, about that. Anyways, I went on a tangent and didn't go anywhere that fun, so apologies. That's string. All right, so like I said earlier, right, just a recap. Um, if I'm doing any sort of formatting, right, you can limit how many decimal points in a round for you, right? Or you can specify a very long amount and it'll just pad a bunch of zeros for you while outputting as many decimal points as it possibly can. Any questions on the float rounding format? Decimal precision, that's what it's called. There you go. All right, let's go to alignment then. So we have alignment. Now I'll just do examples real quick. F, I'll do, let's do my nickname. We'll do this way 10. This way and up. Should be able to. Okay. Let me do bars each side actually. Doop, 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 doop. All right. What if you want to? Oh, that's a fun one. There's a function called repr, and it will do the raw text. Actually defaults to single quotes in this case. You can also just slash cancel, so you can just do sorry, just at this, right? Because your backslash negates any special not annotations, special meanings for certain characters. So like the double quotes usually start or close a string, but you put this in front, it's just a normal it's just a character now. Or just swap the outside to like that, right? So anyways, the formatting, right? So this is left justified. This is centered. This is right justified. So it points in a way your text will be justified basically. And then this number is minimum number of spaces. I say spaces because like you see right here, right? So for this left justify, right? I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spaces right here for all 10. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I have 10 width, right? Um, This one is right justified, so the string goes this way and then expands outwards. And then for this, it is centered. So stuff like this. If I do an odd number, it's gonna have a left preference, I believe. And you can see that it's shifted a bit to the left. I have 2 spaces here, but 3 over here. If not, perfectly centered. Favor left side. All right, any questions about the alignment? Right preference is this, right? Your arrow points the way you want to justify. If you want to right justify, you make it point to the right. Left justify to the left, centered, straight up. Oh no, it's minimum, not maximum. Um, so if I did 4, heck, let's do 1. I still will put everything. In center is this upwards arrow. See this upwards arrow. So I do this again. See that it's centered within the space. This is not restrict. This number does not restrict your space. It forces a minimum amount of characters to exist. So if you put a really small number and your string is bigger, it will just prefer to fit your entire string. This is centered with 2 spaces. So like you would make a string size of 2. So like, oh, that's how you take. It's saying it's going to do 2 spaces, right? But once I start actually do my string, it realizes, oh, I don't have enough space. It's going to expand the string forcibly to fit everything else. But let's say like this one, right? So I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I'm left justified. I'll start out here, and the rest of these are spaces. If I'm right justified, I will start out here and start writing inwards, rest for spaces. If I'm doing center, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? So here's a center, right? And I prefer left. So I was gonna center everything. So it'd be like ONTY, something like that. Can you put it in line to be a column type situation? You need to expand on that question. I'm not quite sure what you mean. All right, the number, right, doesn't affect how it's justified. It's the symbol itself. The number is just a minimum amount of spaces. Symbol gives you the actual justification. Uh, I I guess you could. It's kind of hard because of this thing right here. It's gonna be pushed out by the spacing. You probably want to do a for loop for that instead, personally. But you can, yeah. Like you want spaced out columns, you just do multiple F strings with this, right? Or just, let me clear this again. You can just do, one thing, a line. It's like when you do a spreadsheet, right? And then you put in a number, it auto aligns to the right, like line 4, and then another one, so on and so forth. And you have a very neat looking column. It is left justified, not left centered. It's justified to left. It's like in your text editor, it's like all the way to the left, all the way to the right, or it's straight in the center. There's no centering unless you set center. You want to see what happens if I put 0? Yeah. Like I said, the string exceeds the minimum of spaces, so it's gonna do that. Put a negative number. I actually don't remember what it does. I think it's an error. Yeah. And put in 9, right? So you can see that I'll write in big. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So your center is actually like right here, right? So it's gonna do so it's gonna shift the midpoint to right here. So you have T, O, and Y. And you can see you have 3 spaces here, 2 spaces right here. Now, if this was an odd number, like if I did like, like a 5-letter word, then it would be properly centered. With this, it can properly center the letters because I have an odd number, and I can just plop this in the middle. But since I have an even number with an odd number of spaces, it's a little shifty. I believe the same thing happens if I try an odd number with an even. Let's see a little bigger, 6. Wait, that's not centered. 6. You can see that I have 1 here, 2 over here, so it's still left. Just look at where the arrow is pointing. If it's pointing to the left, it's left justified. If it's going straight up, it's going to be to the center. If it's to the right, it's going to be right justified. Let's just look at the arrow. Where is it pointing to? Where is the point pointing to? That is where the string will go towards. Any other questions? I do not know if there's a paradigm for everything I've covered so far. You need to look at the multi-section practice problems and see if there is one there. If there's not one there, you just need to remember this somehow. I didn't make the practice problems, and I'm not particularly sure if every single aspect of every single topic is covered. Go to the multi-section. In the front page, there's something that says exam 1 information. It's also in the modules of the multi-section. It's just labeled exam 1 information. It prefers the left. So in any sort of unbalanced stuff, unbalanced centering, it will always prefer to go to the left to compensate. So like with this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, this is a center, right? But I have 3 letters. It's gonna prefer. Wait, hold on. Oh, it's 1. Yeah, okay. I'm just being silly. So it's a prefer to do TON like this. So you have 1 here, but 2 here. Same for if I had an, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If I had Tony, right, it's going to prefer the left side. It would be, I can't have TONY. 1 space here, 2 here. Any other questions? make the arrow go to the right, like this. And there you go, right side preference. If you wrote this sign, this is left. If you wrote this is center. If you did this is right. This is, as you can see with these examples. Any other questions? Oh, I need to move on slightly quickly. Wait, it's almost 10. Oh, I have 2 hours left. Never mind. We're chilling. Actually, no, I need to speed up a bit. Wait, no, actually, I'm almost out of strings. Any other questions before I move on? Okay, so that's it for alignment. Just note these three for left, center, right, justified. Oh, and this number specifies the minimum amount of spaces, but it will still print out the whole string even if the number is smaller. All right. In that case, let's move on to the last thing is the in keyword. So in Pig Latin, when the hints are given is the in keyword. So let's say I wanted to know if, say I have a greeting, right? And I wanted to know if my greeting is one of these words, right? I'll do greetings. I'll do howdy, hi, yo, what's up, right? I can do, for if statements, but the faster way is to do if greeting in greetings, right? Uh, I keep doing that. It's a greeting. I run this. If I do howdy, I got that. If I do hi, I also get that. If I do yo, I also get that. Hey, what's up? I get that. If I do anything else, I get anything. You can utilize this because this also works for strings. Let's say if you wanted to know if a word is a subword of another one, right? Or you're looking for if this word exists in another. So we're going to do greeting. Let's just change this to so like ABC, right? And I have is a big string, right? AB. Oh, let's just throw it in here. Okay. Print greeting and greetings. True. You can see that right here, the string I'm looking for, right, is inside the other string right here. The in is to it's a Boolean. It's true or false if this item is inside this one. So in is like A, B, right? It's true if A is literally in B. False otherwise. Hello, Andrew. Hope you're doing well. So in this case with strings, right? It's gonna give me true if this string exists in this bigger string. Let's say I did some random like this, right? False, because nowhere in this string can you find these 6 letters consecutively. I can't. I want to try to do false, but okay. Well, let's say you want to know something's a number, right? Like my input's like 1, right? You can just check if it's a number by putting all numbers inside a string, and there you go. You don't have to cast to int and risk an error. You can just verify yourself, or if you really know your string methods, there's actually what's it, is digit? There's always a string method for it for some reason. There are a lot of string methods, by the way. Like I hit dot. Like there are a lot, a lot of string methods. Like yeah, learn them if you wish. It's up to you. You will not be quizzed on all of these. Maybe the more they might, I think split is the only way you really need to know. Any questions on the end keyword? I'm getting sidetracked again. All right, so that is it for strings. That's all I have for strings. So I've gone over definition. I've gone over the fact that strings are immutable, which means you can't directly change them. If you want a different version of string, you have to make a copy somehow and apply the change. It's a Boolean operator, yes. No, I think it's a relational operator. Um, it evaluates to a Boolean value. Yes, it will evaluate to a Boolean. I'm not too sure if it's relational or no, it should be relational. Double check that though, but it will return you a Boolean. So this is really nice for if statements. You want to check if something is a particular letter you're looking for. Like hangman, right? If I guess something, like hangman's actually a really good example for this. Uh, Sorry, I think I stopped my share on accident. Annotate. Hangman's very good, right? We can make a very fast hangman using this. Let's see. We'll do word equals Tony, right? And then I'll just do while true, right? Guess equals it won't be complete, but input, right? And then if guess in word, print uh print I don't know, guess, right? Um I'll just do this. Right. A is not in it, B is not in it, C is not in it, but I do like T, but it double print it, so you can see that it does it does check properly. Can you use in and if statements and make sure something happened to a list if an input's equal to it? You would not want to make sure that input equals a list. We can check if an input is equal to a value in a list. So like you have some names you're looking for, right? Uh, I don't know, put some random names off the top of my head. I'll put mine like sandwich in between. Okay. And I do print word and names. Oh, here, you want an if statement? I'll give you an if statement. Wait, that just sounded really aggressive. Print yield. Perfectly fine. There are no slides for this meeting. I don't really do slides. It's hard for me to do a review that's structured. But the recording will be up sometime tomorrow, hopefully, if my PC doesn't die. Try to record everything. Any questions on in? I use slice. I mean, it's just the I maybe keep it late, but I swear I went over slicing. Um, I'll do a quick example, but I would recommend you rewatch the VOD for just the slicing stuff. It's like you can do this. I can extract everything past the second letter afterwards. I can limit it. Wait, this isn't doing anything. Yeah, I can do really weird stuff like this. so on and so forth. If you change word to input, would it work? I mean, absolutely. If word in I'll do this just so I don't have to type so much. Print, yes. Because this, I mean, typing a letter, right? It replaces input with the string A, and there it is in the list. Where's the while loop? But the while loop was just some code I was writing out. You don't have to worry about that. The heck, let's see a while loop. As long I keep typing a letter that's in that list, it will continue letting me type in more letters. But the second I don't, it stops. All right, any other questions about the in keyword? I just said it's neat for Hangman. It's not really for Hang. I did not write a program for Hangman. But like you get like the gist is you would because you want to know if the letter is in the word, so you can literally just do input in whatever your word is. I'll use a while loop. I don't know how many iterations I need, right? You use a while loop if you run it on a condition, and the condition of Hangman is you continue guessing until you guess the word or you run out of strikes. So you would need a while loop for that. There's no for loop. You can't use a for loop because you don't know how many times you're going to run it. Any other questions? All right, if I end early, the rest of the time becomes a QA session. So it's like absurdly late office hours if I do finish early. I'll let you do as an exercise for yourself. The whole planning for Hangman takes a while. But like yeah, I don't really I just have the time for it. Say like I have my word, right? And it's gonna be Tony, right? And then my uh let's do letters equals 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So I can do while my letters, it's not a word, right? And then I will take in an input, that's the letter. If letter in word, right? And then I can do, I'm gonna do this. Letters equals, wait, is it not replace letters? Not replace. Oh, I can't do it in. Here, I'll just do this. Letters equal list, right? While length letters not equal length of words. You can do not in. Not in will give you the reverse. It'll give you true if here actually I did it like this in not in letter, not in letters. Letters dot append letter, right? I'm gonna print you guessed a letter correctly. Why did my I thought it was crashing. Else prints all this raw. Prints yeah, I'll do this. And then you can play, right? If I do T and Y and actually I should print out the final word, huh? Print the word was word. Yeah, okay. So let's say I guess a word, right? I guess strong, right? Um T, right? You see that with this condition, right? T is inward. Like I do indeed have the letter T in the word, but I already guessed it earlier. So not in letters means it's true if it doesn't exist inside. So this prevents duplicates. This ensures it's a valid guess in the first place. If it's a valid guess, I append a letter. And since this is all unique letters, right? I mean, okay, this wouldn't work if the word had multiple multiple copies of the same letter. But if I see my words unique, right, I can do this, and uh, yeah, append. I'll explain more next review or whenever you want to look over your list. But append just adds a value into the list, to the very end of the list. But the sake of this program is to show in and not in. If you want to try to solve the logic of this, you're free to do so, but I'm not going to spend all the time to talk about this. Any questions about in? All right. It is 10:12. What do I do? Okay, I'm gonna do a little break because I'm about to move on to Booleans. So we will reconvene. Let's do 10:22 p.m. Okay. In the meanwhile, ask questions. Ask questions, and I'll answer. And turn off my camera so I can numb a bit. Okay, so not in. In means, oh, if I ask you if something's in the box, right? You tell me yes if it's in the box, no otherwise. Not in is reverse. If I ask you is something not in the box, you tell me yes if you can't find it in there, no if you can. So not in Python is it returns true if the left hand value cannot be found in the right hand value. So like in my code here, right? Not in returns true if the letter is not in the list. It gives me false if the letter is in the list. Well, I'm not going to do any writing right now. I'm eating, but my sandwich is going to fall down. Did you start? Okay, if you use an F string, right, you probably it's because you want to format a decimal a certain way. Like you have to round to 1 degree, not 1 degree, 1 decimal point of precision, or you're just trying to make you're plugging in variable values into a string. It's better to use an F string because you have more flexibility of the separator and just the formatting of how you want the input to be, of the variables you want to put in. By default, I recommend you always use F strings. Um, I mean, yes, you can list the stuff, print, a comma b, etc. But I think it'd be better to use F strings in general, um, since it's a little harder to mess up the format. But if you're going to ask questions, but if I sound really quiet, I might be in the middle of chewing, and I don't want the mic to pick that up. All right. If you have questions, you can still ask. I was just answering questions by writing it down on the screen. That's what you call it. Got frame limits. Get some water, get some food, stretch, do what you need to do. And the rest of the hour and a half, we're just going to do Booleans. Probably won't take the entire time, but we'll see. How's my food? Nice. It was good. Had a Vietnamese sandwich. Banh mi. Haven't had one in a while. I'm not going over functions today. The only thing about functions, you have to know how to call one, how to read one. Yes, you need to know how to read one, how to call one, but I cannot. Which we call it. I'm not gonna go over it. That's not on topic. Uh, Fernando, that question, I guess I'll answer during break. You just have to. You get to a point where when you're planning stuff, you'll just start grouping stuff together that makes sense, like as a unit that does a task for you. Um, so like if I'm going for a 2D array, right, you want a nested for loop because you have to go for every row and every value in each row, which would be the columns, right? Um, but there's tasks that are completely different. You can't combine them together. But that's just what comes with experience. But there are, why am I starting so much? There are a lot of practice problem review sessions coming up this week, particularly this weekend, I'm pretty sure. Vietnamese sandwich? I don't want to get canceled by the Vietnamese people, but it's it's usually like a small baguette, and you got like pate probably, pickled carrots, cucumber, jalapeno, some chilies, and some meats in it. But just kind of look it up. I can't really explain it very well. It's just a sandwich. That's really good. Sorry, I just like choked for a bit. Favorite fast food place? I don't know. I don't really eat fast food. Uh, well, I try not to eat fast food. I guess pot belly. I don't know. Pot belly, Subway, Schlotsky. I'm just a really big fan of sandwiches. If it's got bread, I'll chow it down. If it doesn't, destroy me. All right, it's 10:22. Let's do some booleans. Particularly the expressions and conditionals. Do. So I'm gonna talk for a bit before I start writing. So in real life, you make a lot of decisions, and these decisions you do certain tasks if conditions are met. If I wake up and I feel really sleepy, I'll go back to bed. Otherwise, I'll wake up, and that's a condition, right? So I'm going through my life, and I wake up, and I have decision, right? If I am sleepy, he told us, I sleep. If not sleepy, uh, I don't know, go to gym, right? Whoa, okay. This thing, oh my God, my handwriting is absurd. This here, right, is like a condition. Am I sleepy or not? And in English, right, it'd be like, oh, if sleepy, sleep more. If not sleepy, go to gym. And you probably recognize already my if statements are showing up. I could have also rewritten this as else, right? So I'm either sleeping or not sleeping. So yeah. Um, So this is like the whole thought process behind conditional Boolean expressions. How do you have Python make decisions? Or rather, the decisions you make, how do you let Python also make decisions based on your logic and thought process? And this is where Booleans come in, right? If you have like my condition, right, is sleepy. Either I am or I'm not. And this what we consider true is what we call false, right? Am I sleepy? If it's true, then I am sleepy. If it's false, it means, well, I'm not sleepy, right? And this true false is like the backbone of, well, what we guessed it. Who would have guessed Boolean expressions, right? Um, so you can have your very fundamental condition, and there'll be you got true and you got false, right? These don't really do too much for you. They're a set in stone result. It's always true, always false. It's not really that useful, um, except for the forbidden while loop tech where you keep it running forever, but it kills me every time I see it. So first we need to find out, oh, what type of actions do I end up making uh, a decision, right? So like when I considered, am I sleepy or not? What made me decide? There's some event, right, that makes me decide if I'm sleepy or not, which evaluates the true or false. This right here is what I believe would be your Boolean expression. It's something that evaluates, it's something you do that evaluates the true or false. This is not the best of analogies. I'll just do a quick example. So I'll do 3 less than 5, right? This is a comparison, right? Is 3 less than 5? And this makes me compare 3 to 5. And this is actually true, right? With 3 greater than 5, this is false. These type of comparisons, right, or relationships, you have what we call, I don't know why I did it one, relational operators, right? I'll throw in here, but the main ones I want to focus on are less than equals, equal, greater than equal. So these are like my focus for this section, are these 5. So you have less or equal to, that looks more like a P now. Equal, greater, greater, or equal to, than, to, and than, right? So each time you do this relationship, you evaluate the relationship. You get a true or false result. Either this statement is true, it's false. So, like I said, 3 less than 5, right? There's only 2 results from this. Either 3 is less than 5, which is true, or 3 isn't less than 5, which is false. This case is true. Any questions on the relational operators so far? And just the 5 I want to talk about. Don't worry about n. Right, no questions. So, you know, they create a Boolean expression, yes. So like 3 less than 5. This is like my condition, right? This is my Boolean expression. It's an expression that evaluates to a Boolean, basically. So this is expression, right? And it evaluates to some type of Boolean, which I don't know quite yet. Well, this is true, but it evaluates to a Boolean, either true or false. Okay. So I want to talk about something. Actually, I'll go to next thing. Next thing is the Boolean operators. What if I have multiple decisions, right? So like maybe I'm sleepy. There's like a sleepy state of a hungry state and thirsty state, right? What if I do actions based on combination of these three states, right? So like, what if I am sleepy plus am hungry and like not thirsty, right? I will like begrudgingly make breakfast. The question is, how do you combine three of these together? I would not recommend doing plus and multiplication signs. Please don't use please do not try uh Boolean algebra. That will go very poorly. So to combine these Boolean expressions together, we have these Boolean operators, which I can delete. And there's three of them. You have and, or, and not. You have A and B, right? This is true if A is true and B is true. False otherwise. Oh, false otherwise. Okay. But before I move on, I want to talk about. I know I see this a lot. I want to talk about a truth table. So a truth table looks like this. You take each of your like operands, right? And you make every true false combination you can. It's easier when you have just two variables, right? It's the same ones over and over again, right? And then you have your actual thing, your statement on the first column, and you evaluate this condition, this Boolean expression based on your values. This is false, this is false, this is true, this is false, right? So you see according to this table, right? The only way this is true if it's both A and B are true, which this is by definition. Any questions so far, by the way? I don't want to start losing people. It's getting pretty late at night. Okay. So what if I had or instead? What the heck? As you can probably guess, or um, either one can be true. Sorry. So if A or B, right? If either A or B, oops, I can't rewrite. If either A is true or B is true, then it's true. Else it's false. So according to this, oh, take this out, take that out. According to this, right? If true and false is to be true, and this should be or, sorry. False, false gives me false. True, true is true. False, true is true. As long as I see one true value, I will get uh, a true. So far, so good. Any questions so far? All right. So moving on to not. Not is special because it only takes one expression. So you have not a, and it flips the value. So if I had a and not a, right? True, false. I just flip. True becomes false. False becomes true. Any questions about this so far? Okay. So this being said, you combine these operators together to make like one big condition. For A or B, if A and B were both true, it's a false. No, if either A or B, if I see A is true, it's immediately true. If I see B is true, it's immediately true. You're probably thinking about XOR, which is that A and B must be unique. So like one is true, the other one's false. But we don't go over that one. Give an example of not. Sure. So let's do x equals 3 less than 5. 4. Okay. So we know this is true, right? Now, if I said not, this switches it. So it becomes false. For and, they both had to be true. Yes. Yeah. For and, they both must be true for it to return true. And for or, at least one needs to be true. Not only one, at least one value needs to be true. It could be one or the other or both. Doesn't matter. If then not, it just you would evaluate the Boolean and then invert it. So if you evaluate to true, it becomes false. Yes, I'm about to go over the what you call it, the order of operations. That's what we call it. Okay. So if I remember correctly, the order goes like this: you do relational operators, followed by not, and then or. So this is most significant. But sorry. Oh, this is first. This is last. Now, okay, these going first makes sense, right? You want to actually evaluate each Boolean expression before you start combining Booleans together, because it makes no sense for these three to do anything if you haven't even finished evaluating the Booleans, because these three are dependent on just Boolean values. Now, okay, using these three in this order, it is a if you forget this order, you're screwed, which is why parentheses are very, very important. Parentheses, something like that. Okay. Like if I had like A and B or C and not D or E, right? I don't want to think about what goes first. I mean, if I remember correctly, sure, but what if you forget? What if you double guessing yourself, right? But a second, you put parentheses around stuff, it can make stuff a lot simpler to evaluate because you do stuff in parentheses first and then followed by, um, just everything in between. So you put parentheses, enough parentheses, then the order will be a lot easier to determine when you slowly simplify the Boolean expression by analyzing and evaluating what's inside the innermost parentheses and then going outwards as you go. Any questions on order of operations for Booleans? I'm actually going kind of fast, so do ask questions if you're confused. All right, so moving on. All right. So that being said, let's say y'all probably y'all in calc or pre-calc. I mean, y'all understand inequalities, right? Like let's say 5 less than x less than like 10, right? So you think, oh, this is 5 less than x and x less than 10, right? So you write your if statement and like, oh, if 5 less than x and x less than 10, then do your code. Python is actually kind of smart about this. So let me write this in code so it's a little more obvious. So let's see my x is an input, int input. And see if 5 less than x and x less than 10, print yay. And if I do like 7, it works. If I try like 12, it fails. If I try like 1, also fails. And this makes sense, right? But this can get really long really fast if you have multiple variables, right? Let's make it a little more complex, right? And I said I want this. Now, what if I want 5 less than x less than y less than 10, right? The 5, so that and x less than y and y less than 10. We can do 6 and 7. All dandy. What if I told you you can combine this into one altogether? But this doesn't work. I'm actually going to be really sad. I can't read this wrong. See, hooray. If you have relational operators, right, you can chain them all in one. Generally, you do this if you're like facing the same way, right? You don't want to do weird stuff like this because it gets really finicky. Like if I trying to think what would work for this. I'll do like 6 and 2. Yeah, it does this first and then this and then this. But that's kind of hard to read sometimes, so I don't recommend doing that if you're science flip-flop directions. What has highest priority between less than you go left to right. So like with this example, right, you go left to right. 6 and 2, right? So 5 is less than 6, which is true. X is greater 6 is greater than 2, which is also true. And 2 is less than 10, which is also true. So it is this whole thing is true. So left to right when doing relational operators. Relational operators help make a Boolean expression, right? When you have an expression that involves a Boolean, sorry, a relational operator, that relational operator makes the evaluation go towards true or false, which means the result is a Boolean. That means your expression is a Boolean expression. The operators themselves are not Booleans. They help do a evaluation that leads to a Boolean. No, that's my input. I have two input statements. Well, when I'm not printing the condition, I'm just this branch only runs if this whole thing is true. So it will not print, like I'm not printing the condition. This is just, oh, if this whole thing is true, then I would do this. If this whole thing is true, I will do this. And it's like in real life, if you're sleepy, you don't have to tell yourself, oh yes, I agree I am sleepy. You just go back to sleep. You could acknowledge you're sleepy, but you don't have to. I think I was showing my mouse, but it doesn't really show that well. So I'm gonna highlight it. So this thing goes left to right. So we do 5 less than x followed by x greater than y followed by this in this order. Well, I printed out the actual expression. Like I put this entire condition in the print statement. This time, so in a print statement, I just have an if statement. So it will just evaluate and then execute the code within the branch should it be true? So if I did this, if I did like this, right? I rerun this, 6-2, right? Then I will get true. If I output it myself, then I will see true or false. And I think I did that earlier to emphasize how the different operators work. Okay. All right, so neatly enough, this gets straight into my if statements thing I want to go over. So you have your three types of conditional statements. Okay. So first off, you have if, right? This is if condition. That's terrible hearing. I almost said do code. Okay. You have an if, right? If this condition is true, you execute the code. If it's false, you skip, right? Any elif you have underneath, right? You have different conditions. One, condition two. These run if and only if all conditions above are false, right? So this is false, right? And this is true, right? Then this would run. But if this was true, right? And none of these run at all. You can think about it in English, right? Else if, right? If this, I will. Let's say this, right? If I am craving sushi, then I'll eat sushi. Else, if I am craving cereal, I'll eat cereal. Else, if I'm craving chocolate, I'll eat chocolate. If I said I am craving sushi, then I don't need to check if I want cereal or chocolate. I'm just gonna grab sushi, right? But if I don't want sushi, but I want cereal, I don't need to check if I want chocolate or not because I've already decided on cereal. Your else, right, is if everything is false, right? Then you have there's no secondary condition to check. It's simply if everything above fails, do this. Are there any questions of if versus elif versus else? So some people say else if instead of elif, either is fine. Okay. If versus if elif. Okay. Okay. So I run this, right? All right, I need input. So it's going to check this if statement. This was false, so it goes to this if statement, and then this was true to print. When I put elif, right? Wait, I need to switch these two actually. Okay, if I put elif here, wait, no, I'll keep it the same. I'm going crazy. Okay. If I put elif here, right? I'm gonna redo this. I'm gonna redo this. Okay. Let's say. Okay, I'm just gonna rewrite this if statement. This is just terrible. Let's do x is a number. All right. And my first if statement checks if it's an even number, right? And I'll print even. And my second if statement checks if it's divisible by 3. Print no, triple, right? So if I put in 6, I get even and triple. But if I change this to elif, I only get even because since this condition is true, I no longer need to check this. This elif only executes on 2 conditions. One is if this is true and if the above is false, right? The percent sign's modulus. It's a remainder. Modulus 2 would be divided by 2 and checking the remainder after dividing by 2. It's a slash would be integer division. It gives you the whole part, and then percent sign gives you the remainder. The if and elif need to be in the same indentation block so that because the question becomes, which if is this? Let me write some more code so this makes more sense. Let's do this. Okay. If x equals 6 print. Oh, whoopsies. Let's do 9. Okay. Let's see why. All right, question for you. Well, I mean, I'll answer. Question is, which if does this belong to? Okay. So one thing is you need to check the indentation, right? Elif only belongs to an if in the same block as it is, right? So this if goes bye-bye. This elif is not a candidate, right? And again, the elif goes towards the nearest elif above it. So if I had an if statement down here, this would be no bueno. So this elif is attached to this if statement. And I can prove that to you by running this code. And I'll put in 9. It says high and triple, right? Remember, if this elif was connected to this if, then this could never run because the elif only executes if the if statement it's attached to is, well, it can only potentially run if the if statement is attached to is false. This if statement is true, which means every elif connected to this would never run. But this elif down here, if I scroll, this elif down here is connected to this if. So we have to check this one. Is 9 mod 2 0? No. Then we can check this. Is 9 mod 3 0? Yes, it's divisible by 3. So we print triple. In what situations will else be required? What if the first is false? Nothing. Here, let's do this. 10, right? Let's do triple. This is false, right? But wait, it doesn't really do me any justice. Let's do this. Okay, so I get by and even as my results. This if is wrong, right? Remember, this elif is only connected to the one right above it, or the one nearest to it that's above it. This elif is not connected to the very first one. You need to remember that. You need to look at which if statement is as it's both right above it and in the same indentation block. So that's why this if right here is this elif, right? It's connected to this one because it's in the same indentation block. And this is the nearest if above it. So you see, this one is false, right? This is false. This is true. This is true. This is true, right? If you said this elif was connected to the very first if, I should have seen triple because elif executes if the condition is true and the if statement condition is false. But the elif here is a 9 is an odd number. 9 minus 2 is 1. My input's 9. Like my input here is like 9. Okay. But it's actually attached to this if statement, right? And this if statement is true, which means this elif never executes. And then it chains into this if, which is also true, so you get C by and even. So you need to make sure that I can't speak. You need to make sure that when you're looking at which if it's connected to, it is connected to the one nearest and above it and in the same indentation block. Well, if you wanted the elif to be executed, you would want to provide input that only the if is true. Okay, let me clear all the scribbling. If you wanted to guarantee this runs, you have to guarantee that this is false and this is true. In this case, I can do, if I can run, I can't find it. Here you go. 18. 18 is not, no, elif is, it's only run if the other thing is incorrect. With an if elif, only one of these two will run. Sorry, at most one of these two will run. If this if runs, then this elif has 0 chance of running ever. Also, no. You need to remember that when you have if, oh, sorry, where's my annotate? When you have if, elif, and like more elifs, right? Only one can run. Max. You have the situation where everything is false, but the second any of these are true, everything else is ignored. So as I go down the list, right? If this is false, I go down. If this is false, I keep going down until I find one that's true. So let's say as I go down, right? I see this is true, right? This didn't run, this didn't run, all this didn't run. But this elif will execute, and everything below it is immediately ignored. On a code, we're going to test that. No, you will not be able to test your code. It's just like a quizzes. You have to type it out. Yeah. So true ifs give no chance. Correct. If your if is true, every single elif connect to it is false. It also means the else also becomes false, right? Because else is dependent on all this being false. Then the else can run. If anything above it is true, I mean, it's the same rule, right? The second hit is true, everything else below cannot be run, including the else. Yes, multiple ifs can run. Every if, you can feel like a tree, right? A decision tree. Every if you have, right, is like a question, right? And you have multiple things you can go out to. You can only choose one at a time. Like you can only choose one of these 5 or none of the 5. But multiple ifs, right? So this would be like one if, sorry, this is my second if, right? I do A, B, C, D, right? Each of these could be like, it could be like elif, elif, all the way down, right? I can have this if and this if run, but I cannot have these two run at the same time. I cannot have these two run at the same time. I can have this one run and this one run, because this 5 is connected to this if, but this C is connected to a different if. No, it depends. Do you care about what happens? Everything's it's false, right? You have to write down what you want, right? If all you care, I mean, generally you have if and else because you want to do one thing or the other, right? It's like if you're choosing who gets to move your piece in chess, right? If it's white's turn, then white moves, else black moves, right? You see how I said if white, else black moves, right? Um, but again, this is where the planning comes in. I need to think about what is my condition, what are my alternate conditions, and do I need to do anything if all my conditions end up false? At bare minimum, you need if. If you're doing condition, it needs to start with an if. And after that, you can decide, are these conditions related? Like, do I only do this condition and the other condition is false? If you're independent of one another, you can do two different ifs. If you're dependent, you can do if, elif, or if else, or whatever. Any other questions about if, elif, else? Also, hi, Dr. Ritchie. I don't know which Dr. Ritchie this is, but hello. Speaking of which, if you have the if and it's false, it just doesn't do anything. The if just the if just is like a gate, right? This code only runs if this is true. Otherwise, it'll continue as normal. So we do this, right? I'll do print by. You don't need an else. You don't need an elif. At bare minimum, you need the if for any sort of decision making. Okay, so I won't go talk about truth tables for a second, or just like how to formulate your um your if statements, right? Okay, usually when you have a Boolean, you end up having it's more or less obvious where your comparison is. Like you have some relationships you want to do, like temperature, right? Oh, is it too hot? Is it too cold? Maybe you're comparing text or numbers to see which one's bigger. Is it equal? If you're looking for a certain value, right? But sometimes, like like your Boolean expressions lab, you have just a bunch of expressions represented by letters, and it's like I want you to um, output true if let's do a variation of the lab. So one of the labs was variation type. Let's say I have A, B, C, or D, right? Actually, let's do XOR. Let's do XOR. I can talk about that because it's so XOR. This is true if A and B are different, or A and B are Booleans here. So if I draw the truth table, right? So if A, B, AX or B, right? Now, I think the lab says, oh, you need to output a correct output for any A and B combination, right? There is no built-in for XOR. So you have to figure out which condition makes this true, right? So the lab was, oh, if A, X, or B is true, right? I'll put true. Or, yeah, let's do this, right? So I'll do my combinations of A and B, right? And let's check. Is true different from true? No. Is false different from false? Also no. Is true different from false? Yes. Is false different from true? Also yes. So you notice that if I want to output true, this needs to be true. And when is this true? This and this. If I have this combination, it's true. Or if I have this combination, it's true. Notice the or, right? So my A XOR B is equal to A and uh not B, right? Remember, and, right, requires true and true on both sides. And since B is false, I have to do not B. So A and not B, or, right, not A and B. I don't know why I made this capitalized. No, not that. Any questions so far? Okay. I'm gonna get there. Okay, so I know that I'm gonna delete this. How do I do this? I'm gonna just move this to like the actually do this close. Okay. Um. Okay. So I have my condition now, right? I know my condition is this. So my if statement becomes if A and not B, or not A and B, and then do something. So let's try this out. Clear. What do I want to do? I'm gonna clear this. Okay. So I'll have, what's this? Boolean int. We'll just change it as we go. So A is true, B is false. Let's do like this, okay? And I'm gonna do print. So I'm just gonna print out the equivalent. So I have A or not B, not and or not A and B. Okay. I run this, I get true. If I turn this into true, I get false. If I turn the top one to false now, I will get true. And if I turn the bottom one to false, I get false. And where's my other output? It's gonna disappear on me. Yeah. So you can see that this is an equivalent expression. And this equivalency is what I proved with the truth table. A, B, XOR, right? T, T, F, F, T, F, T, F. So it's false, true, true, false, right? So by taking all the possible true combinations and combining them with OR, I get an equivalent condition. So remember, like for this, so I need this to be true or this to be true, right? So if I get A is true, B is false, right? I know that A XOR B is true. But if I'm using and instead, I have true on this side and false on this side, right? How do I change this into a true? Not F, not false. Well, it's true by definition, right? So I know that if I have a true statement for A and my B is false, my not B will flip this to a true, and I will get this combination which is true, right? If my B is initially true and my A is false, right? This not will flip this to a true, and the and has true and true, and this is this statement here, which is true. So for XOR, right, I need A to not equal B. I'm going to clear this so it's like not so hectic. I know that true false leads into a true, right? But how do I do that with and? Like you can think of it this way, right? How do I take true and false and turn it into a true? Because this itself should be false, right? The easiest way is to tack a not right here, and this just becomes true and true. Equivalently will be true and true. Yes, I want everything that is true, right? So like my A, B, XOR. I'll rewrite the table, right? Oh, false, true, true, false. I know this combination gets to be true, but if I do it with and, it's currently impossible, right? The only way I can force this to be true if I change the false into a true. Similarly, with false true into a true, if I do this with and, the only way I can do this is with not f. XOR is what I said earlier. XOR is true if A and B are equal. It's technically an operator, but it's not built in, and you don't really need to know it. But this was in your Boolean expression set, by the way. I want to represent XOR using only just and or, right? I can't use or here, right? Because that means if I used or instead, that means if any of these are true, I'd be good to go, and that's not correct. I need to ensure that A is true and B is false. And the way to ensure that A is false, A is true, B is false is A and not B, right? Because true and not false is true. Same here, not false and true is true. This sort of logic is somewhat hard to wrap your head around, but it's pretty important if you're ever simplifying or rewriting a condition that's not super straightforward. Here, I'll give you a more rough example to see like why this is necessary. I'm gonna give you. Did I? Oh, whoops. Not. There you go. Okay. The funny thing is, there's also a faster way of doing this. I said A is not equal to B, right? What's this is just not equal, right? So print A not equal B is actually equivalent to print A not equal B. And we can do this again. False, false gives me that. True, false. Yep, true, true. I do this. I get true, true. Yeah, I get false, false. Sorry. And if I do this, I should get double truths. And there you go. So obviously, if you read it correctly, you can also make a faster simplification. Well, let's say you get this. I think it was used as a practice problem before. Let's say you get this really weird relational. Wait, what? All right, this is like cursive technology. This is like cursive technology, but technically it's usable. But this is somewhere you kind of want to avoid. I think the more accurate way is A is not B. Right, is that the more Pythonic way of doing it? A is not B. Yeah, I believe this would be the more correct way of writing it. There you go. There you go. And the only reason not equal works is because I'm abusing the fact that we're um uh no, we're not actually the same because A not to B or A is not B goes both ways. A can be false with B being true, or A is true, B is false. So they're two different things. What happens if you do? Dr. Ritchie will hunt you down, like how Duolingo hunts you down if you don't do your lessons. On a more serious note, you have to do your final in pen and pencil, and you have to code exclusively in Minecraft Redstone. So have fun with that. I'm being joking here, but um, like even answering your question, right? You can do that by writing a truth table. So you have A, B, you have A not equal to B, and A and not B, right? You have true, 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 false, false, true, false, false. They're not different, so this is false. These are different. These are different. These are not. This is false, true, false, false. And you can see that there is a mismatch. And not equals isn't ideal. I just mentioned it since someone ends up asking about it, and I kind of don't want to talk about is because I'm almost certain I'm using it incorrectly here as well. All right. Any questions so far? Uh, third case, I mean, false and true. These are different. So A not equal to B is true. A, B, and C, you can do that too. You can use this logic for as many as you want. So let's do A, B, C, right? Now let's say the question was to write an if statement. Uh, wait, how many do I need? I'm not gonna do lines, it's gonna take me a century. Okay, so let's do every combination possible, which will take me a hot second. True, 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 false, 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 false. This is true, true, false, false, true, true, false, false, true, false, true, false, true, false, true, false. All right. So you have all 8 combinations. The number of combinations you have is 2 to the power of how many variables you have, because it's you have 2 choices, right? Um, let's say I chose some really random. Let's say this, right? Let's say I wanted you to print. I want you to do high if true, um, by otherwise, right? There's 2 ways to think about this. One is you get any of the combos that lead to true, right? Or you get none of the combos that lead to false. Usually this is easier. Doing number 2 is kind of hard, but I'll show both ways. So, Good. So I want to focus on the truths. Let me take out this code. C equals, I don't know. What's a false combination that works? True. Yep. I notice that I want to do a different color, green. This is good. This is good. This one, good. So I want true, 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 false, 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 true, true, false, false, true. Okay. I I can't really see a pattern that simplifies this, so we can just brute force, right? So I want any of these three, right? So to ensure that I get these exact values, I will use and. So I'll label these A, B, and C. Okay. So this one, right? This is A and B and C. This is A and not B and not C. Because remember, I need these to be true, right? I've already like they are true, but these falses will make my and become true. But two false and one true equals true. False, false, yeah, right here. I mean, just assume this is given. Assume this chart's given. Okay. Next one, right? This false will make this whole thing false. So I need to do not A, right? And B and C. Here, do not A because A is false, not B because B is false, and C. So you plug, um, yeah, I chose these at random. Like I want to show that you can use the truth table and this evaluation method no matter the truth table is given to you. So I have these four conditions, right? Now all I would do is select any one, right? If I get any one of these four, I get true. So I can just put them all in parentheses just to be safe and connect them all with an or. All this, or all this, or all this, all this. Uh, couldn't you use anything and put a not? I don't get your question. Um, uh, the knots here are because I am doing A and B and C, but to make sure that my false values don't make my true expression false, I need to use not to individually change every false to a true. So anyways, I am going to put this to this. How do I want to shrink this to a little bigger. There you go. How do I move this? Oh, that's not it. There you go. All right. So let's write some code. Okay. So this is not going to be very pretty, right? So if A and B and C, right, or A and not B and not C, or not A and B and C, right? Or not A and not B and C. Okay, for my sanity's sake, I'm gonna put this in for yeah, let's do two chain range, two chain range, two, right? One more, there you go. And we're gonna do A equals Boolean I, B equals Boolean I, no, J, and C equals Boolean. Okay, all right. And I will print A, B, and C. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Okay. So, um, it said, okay, so high was out for, did I miss something? Oh, well, true, 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 false, true, 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 false, false. Yeah, wait, I missed a condition somewhere. Not A and not B, and C, not A and B and C, A and not B, not C. How did I miss one? I am confused. Oh, I'm gonna rerun this. Oh, okay, it was just hidden for me. Okay, cool. So we have false, 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 right? And this is not one of the four, so we're skipped. And then false, false, true is one of them, so I get high. False, true, true is also one of them. True, false, false is also one of them. True, true, true is also one of them. And everything else did not print high. So that means that my very long if statement is indeed correct for this table. I feel the hardest thing about coding is putting to the program with the minimal instructions. How would we be able to get better understand what to do with cyclic refresh? Okay, so the how much time do I have? Hmm. Here, I'll do an example problem. Uh, real quick. Let me see if I find one that's like relevant. I have 35 minutes, so I'll probably do a practice problem with y'all just to burn the time. I'm looking for something. This one. Oh, if you do the slash, it lets you continue on next line. Because usually you can't write all of this on different lines, but with the slash, it lets me continue the same line on different lines. Normally I would have to write all of this on the same line, but you can't really see past like here. So this just helps organize everything. Here, without the slashes, it would look like this. Yeah, you have to scroll all the way down here to see anything. So with the slashes, it's just more readable. I would just have more true values because each range goes from 0 to 1, right? Because two's not included. So this just alternates back and forth, true, false, true, false, true, false. So this will give me all of my true, false combinations for A, B, and C. If I go past 2, I have too many true values. If I do it too low, then I will only have false values. If I go negative, then I actually only have true values, and that's a little awkward. Yeah. Right. So the oh, I actually don't think so. I mean Dr. Ritchie can probably answer this better than I can. Uh I have my bets on potentially not. Actually, I'll just let her answer, and I'll repeat her answer if she types in the chat. Um, I still think this is good to know, but um, especially since you had an entire lab on this. But at least to my knowledge, I can't remember anything that's like directly like this. Wait, so let me go hunt down a practice problem. Uh, 102 multi. The question was is there an exam question similar to the one I just like you have to code like you're given a truth table and you have to write the if statement or the condition that represents the if statement. Hey, the condition that represents the truth table. Here, I'll re-say it. Do you have to write? I can't speak today. Is there a question where you have to write the condition that represents a truth table? All right. So I'm gonna put it on the screen. All right. It's white. I'm sorry. Um, let's do the very first question. All right. Uh, I'll keep this up. I can't. I guess I could split screen. Let's see. We'll do this and that, and I will. We can find where the border is. Shrink it a bit. Okay, cool. All right, we'll do this. Okay, so I think we have time for one question, but let's just do this problem together. All right. Oh, not together. I'm going to do it. Right. So I'm going to write a program that takes an integer between 100 and a million inclusive, and I can assume the user always enters an integer. If I enter anything outside the interval, I print an error message. If I have any valid input, I check the last two digits. If both are even, print for sum. If both are odd, print for product. Otherwise, print one odd and one even. I am allowed to use the length function, but I cannot use loops, list, tuples, sort, or sorted. It's like none of the 6 and 7 stuff. And I can't use a string class method, so I can't use like the functions. I can still slice them. Use 4 spaces in place of 1 tab, but that's just a canvas for anything. Okay, so this is where you have to, the first part you have to analyze a problem. And I always say you need to know 3 things. My headphones keep turning off. You need to know 3 things. You need to know what the input is. You need to know what your process to get from input to output is. And you also need to know what is the output. This is applicable to labs too. I walk around, I'll ask people and say, oh, what's your plans? Like, what's your process, right? Or like, oh, what do we give you, the input, or what is expected the output? If you can't answer all 3 of these correctly, then your program probably will go wrong. So let's look at this problem, right? So it says it's gonna look for the input first. So we're gonna take an integer between 100 and 1 million inclusive, right? So I know I need some sort of input statement which I cast into an int. And whatever this value is, it needs to be between 100 and 1 million inclusive. So it's included, right? It's always an integer, so I can always cast to int safely. And if it's there you go, and that is my input. Now the process, right? If I enter something outside the interval, I do an error, right? So I already have an if out of interval. I do an error, right? If in interval, right? And that's the next part. I'm just reading ahead. If it's valid, right? You check the last 2 digits, right? So we're gonna check last 2 digits. Oh, right? Even the sum, right? So even, I'll do sum. Odd is product. So odd, I'll do, oh, sorry. both products, right? And then if it's even odd, right? It's the one odd, one even. Actually, this part right here, right? This would be the output. This is the output, and this whole thing would be output as well, right? So far, I know what I need to get in, the expectations of my input, what I do with my input, and what I output as a result of my calculations. Now you can see that it also provides me some very useful, so right here, right, this is my invalid. And then you can see that this is each of my test cases, right? So like 1, 2, and 3, right? This way, I know the exact output for every single case that exists for this lab, right? Because there's only 4 things that can happen. I am outside the interval, or I'm in the interval, and this covers every combination, right? You can't, there's no combination that doesn't fit in here. So this covers every single 2-digit combination. They're both even, or both odd, or one is even, the other one's odd. There's no extra condition to worry about. So far, so good. Any questions so far with my planning? Okay, no questions. So from here, right? Uh, let's see. Let me like shrink this down quite a bit. It's just this part. I don't want to do it. Like I'll do like this. Okay, it's kind of small. We'll deal with it. Do a full screen by. I can't. What? Oh wait, click on full screen this. Okay. Going to annotate again. Erase this part, and then move this part to over here. Make it a little big so I can read it. Okay. This planning right here, I would do on a piece of paper, like scratch piece of paper. It might seem silly, but when your midterm is like what, 20% your average grade or something, it's a decent chunk. This is very important planning, in my opinion, because this is a lot of steps to take care of. So first, I'm actually going to do comments. I am not coding. I will do just comments. So I have my, let me make this bigger for you. I have my input, right? I have my process and I have my output. You don't need to put these 3. I'm just doing this for emphasis. Actually, I'll make it even fancier. I'll do input, processing, output. Again, these comments are just for the sake of emphasis. All right, so my input, right? So I take in an integer. So we'll do like num, right? Equals int input. And then I check the prompt again, and it says enter in, oh, I'm just copy paste this. Enter, oop. Okay. Note that, and you have to be very careful about this. There is you see a space right here between the input and the prompt. Be very, very careful about not forgetting this. I don't think you're gonna lose points on the exam per se, really, if you forget the space. But like on a lab where Zybooks is very picky about output formatting, this space missing alone can cost you points. Right. So I have the space right here, right? So that's it. That's my input. I don't have to do anything with it, right? Just cast it in, and here we go. as far as I know, you can copy paste in a prompt. If it's given to you, I mean, yeah, I mean, you can type it out if you want, but I mean, you're not. If it's given to you, I assume you'll be able to copy it as well because it's part of the prompt. Okay, so processing, right? So I have a condition if out of the interval, right? I want to output an error, right? Um, so now I have a decision, right? If I'll do it. If inside the interval, if I want to check the two digits, if both even, do the sum. If both um are odd, do the products, right? If both are um if one is even, the other is odd, um, I'll put the string, right? I'll type it up. One odd, comma, one even, period. Yeah, one odd, one even, period. Okay. Um, I'm looking at this, right? I've been here. I'll just output result. That implies that I might need to set a result variable. Oh, this should only be inside. Okay. Here, I'll do it inside here. Okay. So far, I have the basic framework of my entire program. Oh, and this input. I should have not done this input statement first, whatever. The we can see like every single step I written here is now a comment. Also, this means that whoever is grading my exam knows exactly how I'm writing the code. Now, should I misunderstand the prompt, one of these comments will be very obvious, right? Like if I switch these on accident, it'd be very obvious that, oh, I misread the prompt. Um, but if my comment's accurate, right, you tend to make more accurate code or the V accurate code. So anyways, let's plug in the code, right? So if I outside the interval, right, the interval is what? 100 to a million. So if 100 less than equal to num less than equal to a million, this is that, right? But it's outside, right? So do not with all this in parentheses. So this inside will be true to the interval. But I want this to execute if it's not inside. So I flip it with a not, right? You could also say um, if num less than 100 or num greater than a million, this works too, whatever floats your boat. You just need to ensure that whatever condition you set is equivalent to what is said in English. This is very literal, which is not in the interval, but this defines the range outside the interval, which is also equally accurate. Now, if I just so I'll put an error, right? And according to the prompt, it is just wrong input. Wrong input. Okay. So that's it. I'm done with the out of the interval. Now I have to deal with inside interval. Now I have some choices here. Do I do if, elif, or else? The thing is, these two conditions have no overlap. If this is true, it is impossible that this is also true at the same time. Which means I can do if, elif, or else. right? Um, the we can think it any way you want, right? You can do the if like this and realize that, oh, there's no way these two can both be true or both be false at the same time. So I can do if, right? I can do if 100 less than equal to num less than equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, a million, right? I can also do what's the other one I just said? I can do right. I can do elif as well, right? Because if this is true, I don't need to run this. That's fine. I can even do else. Because if I'm not outside the interval, I am definitely inside the interval. So in this scenario, I can choose if, elif, or else. That's my decision to make. But you need to know when you would use elif and else, and when if is. You need to know when it's appropriate to use if, elif, and else. In this case, I have shown that I can use any of the three, and I'm good to go. In this case, I'll just use an else because it's not outside in. I'll use an else because if it's not outside the interval, it's definitely inside. Now I want to set um I'm going to set this to empty string. So my result will store whatever I end up. Okay. So I need to check the 2 digits. Now I need to be very, very careful here not to break the prompt because you lose major points for using a band to something to band, right? So I cannot use loops. I cannot use a list or tuple. I cannot sort, and I cannot use a class method. That means I cannot use a function like dot strip, dot split, whatever. Um, but this means I have access to indexing. I can index using slice. Um, right. Okay. So if sorry, we'll do digit 1, right, equals let's do str num 0, right? Actually, I'm gonna cast this back to int. Digit 2 is int string num. Let's just do 0, 1. Okay. So what I'm doing here, right, is if I have some number, right, like 100, we'll do 100, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So I change this into a string, right? 1, 2, 3. So when I call the index, right? So num0 gets me 3, right? And num1 gives me 2. Note that I just need to check for parity, right? The order doesn't matter. They're both odd, both even, or one or the other, right? The order I grab it just doesn't matter. As long as I grab the first and second, right? The back two. So it'll be wait, back two, sorry. This would be -1. This is -2. See, even I make mistakes. But with my comments, right? Oh, I should have said back 2 digits. That's why I got confused. Okay. Right. So -1, right, is always the very last. -2 is the second to last. So that's why I use -1, -2. No matter the length of the string, I always at the very last and second to last. Now, here's a question. It's like, oh, what if it's out of bounds, right? My number is my number, right, is always going to 100. Well, if I'm in here, right? That means I always have like it's gonna be a triple digit number or quadruple or something, right? I always have 2 digits, right? Because my number is 3 digits, 4 digits, 5, 6. It's 3, 4, or 5 digits long. So I'm never lacking any digits, which means I don't need to check if the number is too short. Now, let's say it just needs to be less than a million, right? Then I need to be very careful about if the number is too short, I need to artificially pad it with some zeros to make sure it's long enough. But anyways, that's not the case. So I can safely grab the last and second to last characters without worrying about an error. I've gone pretty far. Any questions so far? All right, sorry. And then when I cast to it, this becomes 3 and 2, which I would need for the even odd one or the other. Okay, so moving on, I can collapse this. I'll take this out. How much time? 10 minutes, plenty of time. Okay, so if both are even, do the sum. So I can do if digit, oh, I can do parentheses to be safe. So if digit 1, nope, I can't do num -1 by itself, but that's why I cast a string, right? A number cannot be indexed, right? A number can't be indexed. You cannot do, like, if I had x equals this, right? X1 is impossible. This doesn't make sense. The only way to indexing is to make this into a string. Strings can be indexed. Because I want this digit and this digit, right? Okay, you could do modulus to get the first and second, the last and second to last digit, but I know that I did. See? So num, right, is an int right now. String num is a string. Int string num goes back into int. So my final values are always ints. So I mean, I can always do was it I can do num mod 10, store it somewhere, num / 10, and then num mod 10, store it somewhere. This is also an option. I prefer doing strings because that's what I'm comfortable with. But if you rather do, let's see, digit 1 equals num mod 10, num / equals 10, takes out the last digit, and yeah, this should do it. Layer is fine. You can do, I think like everyone had a quiz about the weird like splitting a number into 4 digits, or there was a lab like that too. You had to do every digit. Where you want to do, oh, it was it's similar to the pennies one, the coins lab too. Almost the same, except it's just by 10. Um, which one you do is up to you, but um, I guess I don't know. Oh, if you couldn't convert to string, then do modulus and ensure division, but I'm not restricted this time, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, so anyways, this indexing, right, happens after my cast to string. So I'm indexing a string in this case, but my final number isn't it. So that is some fun shenanigans. All right, let me speed up a bit because I'm actually running out of time. Oh, oh, cool. So anyways, I have my numbers. Watch me still be wrong somehow. Okay. Want to equal 0 and digit 2 mod 2 equals 0. You can do some really weird things with modulus, right? Because you think about it, okay, if I have like my A and B, right? If like even, odd, right? If I do modulus 2, right? Modulus 2, right? It's even at 0, 0, 1, 1, right? If they're both even, right? The sum of the mod 2 is 0. If they're both odd, you get 1. If they're um, odd, like 1 odd, 1 even, I'm sorry, you get 2. You get 1. Like you can like this, or like this. Do you need to go this far? Probably not. I prefer a really much more straightforward. But I've done this question before. So like this is another possible way if you want to get fancy to math. But for exams, I just recommend you do the most straightforward path because the more complex your code is, the more thinking we have to do as well. And we might actually misunderstand your code, or if it's too complex, you might confuse yourself, which happens a lot. So anyways, I do the sum, so my result is digit 1 plus digit 2. If they're both odd, I'm gonna copy paste this because I can. So this should be 1. This should also be 1. I did a product, and if okay, this should be an elif, and I'll do an else here. Oh, the result equals 1 odd, 1 even. Okay. So I want to do this else, right? Because there's actually 2 ways this happens. Is to first the first digit is odd, the other one's even, or the other way around. So if else will work here. I can't do if else because if this is true, then this is false, and this also runs, and this is kind of awkward. So I do if else here. Uh, okay, I don't want to use not. It's kind of weird, but you can do like not 0, right? This is completely fine. I don't want to rewrite this as not. It's kind of awkward to do so. You would have to use De Morgan's law, but I don't think most people know that. Um, the other way you can write this else though is if the 2 aren't equal to each other. Because if they're different parities, they should have different remainders, right? One is 0, one's 1. But else makes most sense to me. And then wait, hold on. What was the full? Oh, okay. So let's do an F string instead. Actually, I'm gonna bring is this both odd? Oh, both even. Sum equals. I'm gonna do that. F both odd. Products equals that. If I'm missing something, it's okay. Hopefully. 14, what all we have. Okay. Then inside here, we will print a result. Wait, why isn't there? Oh, no. There you go. So let's give this a little run. Okay, so let me bring this back to split with this on the side. Okay, so if I did, oh, that's really awkward. Okay, so if I, oh, sorry, let me remove all this. If I run 15, I get the wrong input. Okay. If I rerun this, I do 157. I get both odd product equals 35, so far so good. Let's do 3, 4, 6, 8. Both even, sum is 14. And the last one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One odd, one even. I note that they don't need to give you every test case, right? You just have to figure it yourself sometimes, or your output needs to reasonably match the. But I have not done this question before. This is me doing it like straight up, first time. It's like you saw that even I made a mistake, but because I planned it and I went back and thought about each output, I actually caught myself doing the index wrong here. That LC line 13. So this is both even, right? This is both odd. But when you get right here, this is even, odd, right? But right here, you have even, odd, or odd, even. I don't want to write the if statement for both of this. And knowing that digit 1 mod 2 not equal digit 2 mod 2 might not be super straightforward. So I would just do an else, right? Because my combinations anyways, like these are the only 4 combinations I can have for my 2 numbers, right? If it's not this, it's everything else, right? Everything else. So that's what the else does. It covers the odd and even um, case. Oh, there you go. Actually, I want to try it with the regular way. So if you could not use string, we'll do num mod 10 num slash equals 10 digit 2 equals num mod 10. I still remember how to do this correctly. 15 doesn't work. What's the other one? 157 works. It's 3, 4, 6, 8, right? And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, same thing, same answer. All right, any questions about this code? I hope this helps with like how you extract information from not too much. This is not adding. I'm doing this is what I'm essentially doing. Because if I have a number, right? If I can write, I'm gonna clear all this. If I have a number like any number, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I modulus by 10, right? I get sorry, if I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I get 10, right? So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, remainder 5. This is one digit I want, right? To get this, I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mod 10. And this gives me 5. So this is my last digit, right? But now, how do I get this digit? If I want to repeat the same process, I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 integer division, and this gives me 1, 2, 3, 4. Now the next number I want is the new last digit. So if I do modulus 10 again, I will get my 2 digits. So this gives me last digit. This removes that digit. This gets the new last digit. So it's effectively the same thing. Yeah, you can there's always two. You can do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can modulus like 100, right? To get 45. and this gives you the last two digits, right? But you can do 45 mod 10, that gives you 5, and 45, sorry, 45 to the last two, right? / 10 gives you 4. And that will also give you your two digits. It's any way you want, but does that make more sense? Then Trevian, or if that's Trey, if I recognize your last name. This type of, you really have to read into the prompt and extract every single piece of information you can from the prompt, because the prompts are very straightforward. We're not, as far as I know, and what I've seen, people or like Dr. Ritchie doesn't like to fluff much at all. It's very, very straightforward. There might be some filler information, right? But like 99% of the prompt are all important bits of information that can be used in your program. Yeah, it's 3 digits or more. It's always 3 digits or more. So when I modulus by 100, right, I always get the last two digits. Because 100 is, um, it takes everything further afterwards. So if I mod 10 divided by 10, I'm just doing one digit at a time. Now, obviously, on the exam, you should do this like full speed. Like you should not be taking this long, right? But this is like an idea of taking a prompt, breaking it down, turning each little piece into the code. Any other questions? All right, looks like that's it for questions. It is 12:06. I did go a little over time. Another way to write the print. Uh, oh, I mean, you can just print it. Am I still recording? Oh, okay, I'm still recording. You can just outright print it. You don't have to assign to your variable and then print. You can just print in here, because you know for sure if one of these conditions work, the other two will never execute. So we can also just do this and you're good to go. Yeah, here's what print statements. I just did results just because it like you see, like during like time pressure, I just kind of plop what comes into my brain first, right? Like obviously if I go back to make it more clean, I would just do print statements, but my process was maybe a little too deep, right? Like taking a result then printing it, rather just print it outright. But I didn't think that far ahead at the time, so but it didn't really matter. I got the same result. Yeah, if you want to do outright print, go ahead. Like there's no right way. The thing I want to emphasize is the process of breaking down the prompt and using that to guide everything else. Yes, you need comments. One, because of partial credit. If I can't tell if your code's kind of wrong, but your comments uh like seem to show me that you're in the right path, I may give you partial credit. Um, Also, it helps you personally to write the correct code in the right place. Also, I'm almost sure that every FRQ has a requirement to have comments, like legitimate comments. Now, like some people just crack through code before and they don't need this type of structuring to do it mentally. Just do comments anyways, just because partial credit and the fact you have to have at least one or two comments that are legitimate or whatever the prompt says. So this one says it. Yeah, don't forget to comment your code. So if I didn't comment, I lost points. Any other questions? No questions. That will conclude my review today. Thank you for coming. It seems that my recording has it's still recording, so good hopes that my video will actually upload for once. I just wait for multi-section announcement. The whole drive of all the links will be up there. I'm not gonna do a multi-section announcement for one video. That's very obnoxious and annoying. If y'all have any questions, feel free to ask in the Discord. Feel free to ask in office hours. Email me. You can find my email in the schedule link, right? Remember tomorrow I have another review. It'll be listen loop, so everything else I missed. 8 p.m. to midnight, and watch out for another a multi-section announcement for all the other reviews starting Wednesday and afterwards. Other than that, um, I'll stay here till all of you leave to answer any last minute questions. Yeah, have a good night, and thank you for coming.